Well. Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 80, day 89. Sorry, that was just a lot of cat hair that just flew in front of me. Wow, what a day. Well, I'm very excited because we get to start off the stream right away with some Musicbed. So hopefully, I mean, fingers crossed, but I am technically officially part of the Musicbed program now. So, I think the whole copyright issue should be resolved, but I'm kind of testing it today. But the music you're hearing right now, it is coming from Musicbed. So I've gone ahead and downloaded, I think about like 70 to 80 songs off of Musicbed. And so it's just kind of shuffling through them. Actually, where is it? Let me go find this. Yeah, we're just going to shuffle through these guys throughout today's stream, and I do need to do a little bit of cleanup and put them into different types of playlists. So right now it's just going to be an amalgamation, a fried rice, if you will, of different types of songs. So hopefully we're going to enjoy all of them. I know you will, because I have the best taste, the best music taste in the world. So enjoy with me. What's up, guys? Wow, we had Nico. I know I saw Nico in the chat. Nico, for some reason, you're... Oh, okay, I think it was just because I did it earlier. Well, shout out to Nico for being the first one in the chat. Let me go and make sure to award you them beautiful PPs. There you are. Let's go ahead and pop that through. Boom, boom, boom. 4-1. Wow. Congratulations, you're at that 14,000 PPs. Oh, and then what's up? Kavaitsu in the chat and BC. What's up, everyone? Kavai says, about to film my 1,000 Duolingo. I don't know why that's funny. About to film my 1,000 Duolingo streak reaction outside in half an hour. Wow. That sounds impressive. Is Duolingo one of those things where, like, do people actually take it seriously? I mean, apparently you do, right? 1,000? What does that mean? You've been doing it for 1,000 days in a row? And do you find that it's actually helpful? Like, are you actually learning a new language from it? Because the way I think of it, okay, years ago, I spent about 1 month, I think, 2 months, learning how to Cuban salsa dancing. And the way that I am, the way I do things, I had like a freaking Excel spreadsheet, essentially. I built a whole table for every time the instructor taught us a new move, and he would send us a video of it. I'd put the move, I put the kind of category of type of thing, here are the instructions of the steps, blah, blah, blah. And I had a whole list, and I would almost like memorize it. And so I was always very good in the class. In the classroom, the instructor, as the music's playing, would be like, okay, do this move. And then I would be able to do it off of memory, you know, after practice and practice. So I thought, I was like, oh, not bad. Then when it came to the real world, then we went to like an actual Cuban salsa bar, and the music plays, and then they say, go out there, you know, find your partner, do things. I froze, basically, or my mind just could not. I was like trained robotically to respond to when someone says to do a move, but when it came to like actually putting it together myself, I had no idea where to start. So that's kind of how I thought of like Duolingo. Is Duolingo where like, hey, they teach you a bunch of words, and that's great, but then once it comes to like actually having a conversation, does it all just kind of like you can't put it all together? Sorry, I don't know why my mind went so deep into that for the start of our stream. BC says, good morning, and you gambled it all away. It's okay. It was only 10,000. I didn't know there was a cap on that. Hey, Nala. Hey, no, Nala. Don't go over here. Oh, yeah, Nala's been using this bed a bit more. Although sometimes she tries to hop onto the lap. But I'm trying to, you know, I gotta do my work stuff. Okay, anyways. So like we were saying, we're going to listen to a bunch of different music. And we're going to try to finish our Dehancer stuff today. I worked a bit off stream on a few of them. I'm actually pretty excited. The script is almost done, essentially, and I think I've already kind of highlighted some of the key shots that we wanna use for the walkthrough. I don't know if any of that made sense, but let me quickly hop over to our cinematic camera. I feel like I can definitely say the word cinematic for this one, because how can you not enjoy this beautiful subject here? Yes, Nala, we're talking about you. Yeah, good girl. You know what? Next, I need like a microphone. That'll be maybe the next step as we continue evolving our stream quality. Maybe I'll set like a tiny microphone for like some cat ASMR. So whenever we're on this stream view or this scene, then you can actually hear Nala. And then eventually once we replace this camera with the better one, and we got Kimbap over there, then same thing, I'll hook up a microphone. Way too overkill, right? But this is kind of, honestly, I have way too much fun with this. So... and it's fun because, like, listen, I'm at home all day, right? When I'm not traveling, I'm just home all day. I have no social life. I'm basically just cutting off everything besides just work stuff. So whatever I can do to make this more entertaining for me, especially on the streams, listen, I'm going to try. W cinematic cat cam. Yes, thank you very much. It is very cinematic. Kavai said, it's definitely a slower progress than taking a language class, and yeah, I think you're about right on that. But the app makes doing a lesson every day easy. I wouldn't do 1,000 days if not for the app. Fair enough. I mean, listen, progress is progress. I mean, you taking those steps is still better than no steps. Me going to those Cuban salsa classes is better than not doing it all, right? So you're already on the right track, it sounds like. So wait, which language are you learning? I need to learn Japanese. Especially, I think it's a little too late for me to try to do my trip in February to Japan. I need to chat with some people and then try to postpone it to next winter. But it'd be nice if I can start learning Japanese, because like the problem is no one speaks English there. What the hell, you know? I thought Americans rule the world, right? Apparently not in Japan, so yeah. I need to learn Japanese so that I can actually travel there without issues. Okay, guys, so here we are. This is Dehancer, and like we said, I'm just constantly listening to different music here. I almost feel like turning it up slightly. Hopefully you guys can hear the music decently well. Actually, let me just check if the audio needs to be lifted. We're just gonna lift it slightly. Kavai said Spanish, but also French and Japanese here and there. Dude, okay. Well then, I feel like I should be doing something. That sounds great though. Okay. So I've kind of already I've identified which are going to be which of these shots out of the dozens and dozens that we've been editing with Dehancer, which ones are the ones that I'm going to actually pause during my Dehancer review as like our test footage, right? So where I've landed is I think this one will be our primary one. So what do I mean by that? So once we get to the point in our review where we start kind of like breaking down, okay, so what is Dehancer? What are the key steps? How do we use Dehancer? I think this shot here is probably a good one to use as the baseline, because on the shot you see there's obviously a lot of different colors. We got some mixed lighting, it's outdoors, you got some shading, you got some bright lights, you got some areas that seems like kind of almost overexposed. Good colors, different color palettes, right? We got some pinks and cool tones and, yellows. And so anyways, as far as like a composition goes, or at least color wise, I think there's a bit of everything here to kind of serve as like a neutral baseline of like, hey, we're using Dehancer. Let's see, generally speaking, what are the effects of Dehancer settings? And then in terms of the final result that I got, I'm really happy with how this looks. So I think this will be a good starting point. It's not the most exciting shot. That's the one caveat. So if I'm spending a few minutes where I'm kind of breaking down like, hey, so imagine I'm going to be screen recording my computer screen. So it'll look something like this, right? Actually, let me do full screen. So it'd be something like this, right? As part of the YouTube video, and you'll hear my voice. Maybe I'll have a little bobblehead pop up here with my face. And so then I'll be talking about, okay, here's what we do step by step, blah, 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 blah. First, you go into the input, you do this, then you go to the film. And so we'll take it step by step. And I'll be explaining each of the features and my preferences or how I use it. And by the end of it, we should have built our final look and feel. So that'll kind of be our proof point. And then after that, we've got a few more shots, right? So then here I'll do a bit more like fast edits. So then it's more like just kind of, instead of adjusting all the sliders, I can kind of show the before and afters with some of these different types of footages. So the key point here is to also show how Dehancer can be utilized across the different types of travel shoots that I do. So obviously I focus on wildlife. So here you go. I do a lot of like cultural travels as well. So here's another nice shot, mixed lighting, early morning, outdoors vibes. Then we got another one, close-up portrait kind of a shot. And then I think if we have one more, it'll be another like animal-based one. And so then we have this kind of close-up of the horse that we'll use. And then I'll go into the next section. So anyways, this is what we're working on. I'm pretty excited though. We're fairly close to being finished. So the only things that are missing now. Look how much progress we made. Let me cut some of this away. Alright, so as a reminder, let me move these ones aside for now. Alright, here we go. As a reminder, these are all of the shots that we've edited in the past week of our stream. Alright, so like I said, we got this one of our hero shots. Here's another one. We got our gorilla. And of course with the gorilla, I'm going to make sure it's frozen on one of these, you know. Ideally, I wanted to use this as the main one throughout. And maybe I still will. Because obviously it's more in line with my brand, I guess. What I like to shoot. But I figured this one just does a bit more of a better job of kind of representing how Dehancer's effects would be across different colors, right? Whereas this one is much more in like a certain range of tone and with this very, very unique kind of a subject. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This one was also a contender because, yeah, you get a like nice mixed lighting. You got decent colors here. The only reason I was thinking maybe I don't want to use this one is like technically, you know, this is more just a me thing, but I really like how this looks. The only thing I don't like is that the thing that she's selling, I've kind of muted the greens, right? So, you know, she looks like she's selling lettuce. I don't know my veggies, but I'm assuming she's selling some kind of cabbage, lettuce thing. And with my editing style, it's obviously kind of warmed up the leaves. So they're not as appetizing, if you will. But I don't necessarily want to do like a selective color grading on this. So I kind of just like it as is. But this is like a very, very nitpicky reason not to use this one, because I do think this one's way more, dare we say, cinematic compared to our initial shot. But we'll see, we'll see. And then obviously I mentioned we got this one done, so we got that cool smoking vibes. We've got our two horse shots, the wide angle cutting into the close-up. And then we just have like a normal shot of some burrowing owls, I think they're called. We got our horses. Another horse. We have our train shot. Then we got this really cool one, but I'm not sure if I'll use it besides like for the montage, but it is a nice shot. So we finished this one. We got this one. I got a leopard. Yeah, maybe I'll show the before and afters for each one. Oh, let me make sure. Alright, so these ones were part of the set. Then we got before and afters. Before, after. So yeah, we got a lot done. We got so much done, it feels almost like a waste to only make one video with all this work. But obviously we're gonna, at some point we're gonna get back to these videos. Like basically I'm jumping ahead, right? So you're seeing some of the shots taken from my future trips, my future past trips, if you will. So we haven't reached this yet in terms of, you know, our live streaming, in terms of the travel vlogs. We're still on episode 2 of Mongolia, which we'll get to after we're done with this. But yeah, so obviously we'll do a bit more like storytelling once we get to those actual specific countries. Before and afters. Before and after. Macaw. Now, one thing I'm noticing is I don't have a lot of wildlife footages. I have the gorilla. I have the horses. I guess I have this golden eagle. What else do I have? Maybe I should throw in an elephant. Should probably throw in an elephant. Maybe the fox. I guess we have our horses again. So we have some dramatic shots, but I feel like as I'm looking at all this, I might be... I think the weighting is a little bit more on the cultural shots compared to the animal shots. Because the hope is that basically I would send all of this to an editor and then obviously send off my framework, what I'm thinking of. But as part of that, I want to make sure I provide the editor with a good balance of footages. So we got our lion shot. So, okay, we got a lion, we got some squirrels, if that counts. Oh yeah, here we go. We got our fox. And eagles again. Potentially we can use some of our chimp shots as well. But I also don't want to necessarily put too much of primates. Okay, so I guess we could throw in an elephant or so, but I think generally speaking this should be... I think this is okay. Yeah? Alright. Alright then, let's continue. Let's not waste time. We got a lot to get through. Here's where we left off yesterday. Let's just get through all of this now. Alright, first thing we do... Let me copy. These are all NRAW. So let me grab all the NRAWs. Copy the new power grade. Although we do need to update the power grade after this. Okay. So now let's go back to this one. Work on our primaries first. Just gotta lift the lighting, exposure. Something like that. Skin tone looks a little bit off, but you know what? The problem is like when you're, I feel like when you're like color grading for old people, I don't know. Skin tone maybe is a bit more difficult, I guess. Oh, we got another. We had a couple new brands reach out to me for like potential collaboration. So I just got to vet to make sure they're real. But yeah, or like real emails, right? Not real companies. But yeah, listen, I'm hoping momentum, right? We're always hoping to maintain momentum as well. But hopefully, signs of a bright path ahead. Fingers crossed. If we stay consistent, you know? Okay, let's go ahead and adjust the white balance on this shot briefly. So, if I remember correctly, sometimes I just gotta say this out loud to remind myself. the way that I've learned in terms of color, adjusting for the white balance. I saw this from Wakaz's YouTube video as well as Cullen Kelly, but there's a concept called linear gain, I think was like the short form, where you take your node, which you're going to use to adjust your white balance, you go into the gamma and you shift it to linear instead of using the timeline. Once you've selected linear, then what these editors, color graders will do is they go into their primaries color wheel, and then they only use this gain color wheel to essentially adjust their colors. So don't ask me why, but that is their intended workflow. So that's what I just did. I just wanted to kind of, the skin was like slightly too yellowy. So I'm trying to like maybe pinkify it a little bit, if that makes sense. But not too crazy, just a tad bit. So let's say something like that's fine. Now let's use Dehancer. Not bad. Let's get rid of this. Let's make it larger. This one looks nice. The red looks nice on this one. And I think my general approach with, like I said, with the old people shots, it's like using something that will hopefully accentuate the wrinkles, the textures on the face. Because essentially that is the story, right? And there's like a nice little glisten in her eyes. So hopefully we maintain that. Man, Kodak Aero Color 4125. That tends to be my favorite. This one and the Fuji Color 100. I tend to stop on those the most. Oh, you said your webcam is not on screen? Oh, thanks for reminding me. I forgot I put it in full screen mode. Thank you, thank you. You know what, Nico? Just for that, I owe you some PPs again. Appreciate it. Of course you guys want to see my face, but really you just want to see the cats. I understand. Do I need to adjust the cat cam? Let me see. I think I need to shift it slightly this way. I think. It's hard for me to see. At some point I am going to update my OBS scene again. I just need to, I'm basically trying different ways to fit everything onto a freaking screen. Because the problem is, because I mostly do editing, I want to maintain this kind of 16:9 aspect ratio of my display, my monitor display. So hopefully that gives you guys also a better, view into whatever I'm editing. All right, we got the wraps. But yeah, and then I was like, okay. Yeah, how do I fit three freaking cameras? One of me plus my two cats. So one thing I might do is I might shrink. So kind of how I have it in the home screen view, or whatever, the main camera, where we kind of like shrunk the top and the bottoms. So I might just trim or crop all three, or at least me or something, so we can find a way to fit all three of us. And then keep the chat, and I don't know. I wanted to make use of that whole Pomodoro timer thing, but I just don't know where to place it without running out of space, so we'll figure it out. This is definitely going to be part of the hype playlist. Actually, yeah, that's what I need to do. Let me find my folder. Okay, hold on. Okay. We're going to basically recreate some of our playlists that we had before. Momento. Give me a second. Let's see. Some of these are duplicates. Jeez. Okay, so what do we have? So we have our fried rice playlist. So that'll just be like the mix of everything that I like across moods. But we also want a, let's call it a beats. What else? What else? I guess beats and hype kind of would be the same. No. Beats would be different. Let's just call it the hype playlist. So anytime we need to hype ourselves up, we'll get that one. Then we want the lo-fi chill, right? Lo-fi chill. There's probably one more I'm missing here. Oh yeah, we had like a pop, kind of pop music style. I don't know. Maybe, no, fried rice kind of covers some of that. Nico, you said you could put the HP bar, the sub goal, and the mount of viewers more to the left, so your webcam go a little down, and the cat cam will have some space to get bigger. You know what? I mean, that's not a bad idea, but let me maybe explain my thought process, even if it's a bit flawed. I don't know. Because my thought process was that I wanted everything to be in the same line, if that makes sense. So like, obviously we have our, you have my display monitor, right, over here. So you can see me editing and all that kind of stuff. And I wanted the top and bottom of the display monitor to kind of dictate the rest of the things to the right or left of it. So then I was like, okay, let's put the bottom segment, which in this case is my webcam of me, just at the very bottom. And then basically the chat box should go right away to the top as well. So that's my thinking in terms of a little bit of like, not symmetry. I don't know what the right term would be, but I just wanted something that felt evenly spaced out that way. The moment I shift my camera down, you'll see like two rectangles, right? But it'll look like one rectangle is down further than the left box. So then I thought there would be a little bit of like some weird, there might be a weird look and feel to it. I don't know. But I don't know how much people care about that either. So that's what I was thinking. Maybe one thing I could do is just trim my photo screen, because you guys don't need to see all the space above my head, right? Because above my head right now is just, you know, like I just have a mounted bookshelf, you know, behind me, right? So who really needs to see that? So what if I crop all of that, and then maybe I can crop a little bit on the bottom side as well, maybe. So then we can just have a bit more of that kind of 2.39 aspect ratio. Then same thing with my cats. If they're usually just kind of sleeping as they are right now, you probably don't need as vertical of a shot. It probably works. Like even just here, if you look at my cat, you probably can see how if I chop this in half, the cat would still fit on the screen, right? So I don't know. There's a few thoughts there where it's like, okay, maybe I can trim those as well into like a thinner slices. And it could look cinematic just by being a bit more widescreen. I'm not sure. But yeah, listen, that's tomorrow's problem, not today's. But any suggestions I appreciate. So thank you. Thank you, Nico. All right, so as we listen to music, I might start shifting some of the songs around or copying them into these different folders. All right, meanwhile, let's continue. I think, as usual, I like the Fuji Color 100. This one's nice. This one's interesting as well. This one's nice. Yep. Man, I always land on this one. Kodak Aero Color 4125 and Fuji Color 100. So this one's just a bit more underexposed, let's say. Let's try this one. Aero Color 4125. All right. For the film developer, I tend to like boosting the colors, although obviously here we got to be careful with the skin tones. It's just this much is fine. I don't really touch the contrast boost. I don't do a lot of contrast stuff within Dehancer. Film compression, let's do that. So then the question is, where is the right balance? Now, one trick that I've been doing recently that I kind of like is I'll increase the tonal range almost fully sometimes. So obviously it doesn't look too great right now, but then this will become my new foundation, and then I'll lift the white points and the impact to kind of get it back to something a bit, you know, normal, I guess. But then what I end up with is like, I feel like the shot ends up having a bit more like richness to the tone. You know, there's a lot more shadows and like contrast built in by just dropping that tonal range. Something like that, maybe. And then this one, usually I like turning on the color density, but we might drop this one just a bit. Because I don't want the skin to look too orangey, if that makes sense. Alright, and I usually skip the expand until maybe at the end if I need it. Alright, so we got our print profile 2383. We got 3513. We got the glossy paper. I'm not sure. Both are like decent. Let me join in on BC's heist over here. Oh man. So shout out to hold on, let me join heist 89. Day 89. We're on day 89, guys. Wow. Day 90 coming up. Yeah, shout out to Photo Elite, because he was telling me I need to use a service called StreamerBot instead of Streamlabs. Or like, I guess you can still use both, but he was mentioning how StreamerBot essentially does almost everything Streamlabs does. And briefly yesterday's stream, I felt like as we were watching some videos, like, yo, StreamerBot can do some really cool stuff. Like make it a bit more engaging, allow for you guys to use your Twitch channel points in different ways, you know, do everything from like, the initial thought I had was, could I make it so as we create these LUTs, right? I'm having fun creating LUTs as we're also learning how to make them. And so let's say at some point we've got over a dozen LUTs or more. And I thought that'd be kind of a cool concept if people can use money or Twitch points or whatever to essentially change the filter that you guys see on my stream. So then like it would probably not on my editing software, because I don't want you guys to see something weird on this when I'm trying to share that. But like my cat cameras, my camera, you know, applying a LUT, one of my LUTs to the look. I thought that'd be kind of interesting. So yeah, and then like, you know, adding some more flashy stuff and like GIFs and soundboards. There's a lot that I need to do once I have some time. Anyways. So tomorrow, because today I was a bit swamped, but tomorrow I'm hoping I can do a bit more research on StreamerBot, and we'll try to apply that. Man, I don't know which one of these I like more. And then, yeah, being able to use channel points to like dictate different ways of editing something. I don't know. We'll see. I'm kind of torn between these two options because I see value in both. This one, it kind of cools down the background, so you got a complementary colors almost, where you got like a cool tone and the warm tone. But then the other one, it just kind of does more of a, hey, we're fixating on, it's a monotone, right? Or it's like focusing on the red, so then the red really stands out. So I think I'm leaning towards this one. We'll go with this one. Let's turn on the analog range limiter. And then here, I think something I've been doing a lot is I like color density, generally speaking. And if I have to choose between color density and saturation, I'm willing to drop saturation if it's overkill, right? So here, let's say if I go with 100 on color density, then I'll drop the saturation down a bit until I feel happy with it. I'm just curious what it looks like if it's like super dropped. Nico, you said you can make it that we use PP to buy your LUTs. Yeah. Listen, I gotta put the points at a very high mark though, okay? Because selling those LUTs is gonna be one of my ways of making income, okay? But yeah, I mean, that's a good idea. Okay, maybe like right around. Okay, let's about here, and then let's drop the density maybe a little bit, just a little bit. Okay, something like this. And let's do our 65mm ISO 50 grain. We'll turn on our halation. And bloom, there we go. What a cute lady. Adorable. Let's see what part of this we want to keep. 60 frames per second. Oh, it's already slowed down. Is this a remix of some song, I think, right? 10,000 for one or 15,000? Yeah. But then I also need to figure out, Nico, I'm assuming it's possible where people can use the points and then it automatically would... How would it work? Like, because ideally it would automate some link that you can click on, but then how could I send it to that individual only so that only they can download the LUTs from the link, you know? Or maybe more simply, it could just be like you can unlock a promo code, like a custom promo code that I create, which gives you like an X percentage, whatever, like, you know, 35% off my photo presets and LUTs or whatever. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Because then it's like, in order to get those points, usually it means that you've been in the chat, you've been in the streams, which obviously is good for me. And in return for you putting time into my stream to get a juicy discount, that's a good trade-off, I think. Okay, let's stabilize this. But you get the point, Nico. There's a lot of things I could do. There's a lot. And my problem always is that I end up doing too many things at once. I have a bad habit of not like focusing on a single task or like, yeah, like reducing the amount of things in front of me. So yeah, but this is why I also like every day, it's like every waking moment, I feel like I'm scrambling. I'm doing something. So it's not a good place to be for sure. But I won't get burnt out from it, but mentally I can imagine it must be pretty exhausting in the long run. Alright, we're into a Uganda shot. This is from one of my more recent trips to Uganda. Man, the kids in Uganda definitely is one of the highlights for sure. They're just like, everyone's so friendly. You're on the, it's like you could be doing a several-hour drive, and these kids, when they see your Jeep, they know you're like a tourist Jeep, right? And they start like chasing after the Jeep. They're waving, because I think sometimes, you know, tourists will give them stuff. Although the guides and locals always tell us not to, like, give them, or it depends what you give them, but you don't want to like incentivize, especially you don't want to give them money. You don't want to incentivize bad behavior where these kids will, instead of going to school, they'll just look for tourist vehicles, because if they expect money, then it's like, oh, why go to school? I can make money by waiting for these cars. So yeah, you have to be careful like what you actually give to the kids if you stop or say hello. But yeah, everyone's so friendly. Nico, you said maybe on Discord. Oh yeah, Discord as well. I need to figure out what are the different ways to connect everything. If I knew how to code things, it'd be a different story, okay? I have so many ideas, I just can't implement it because usually my problem is I don't have the technical skills to follow through. That's been my problem. Two problems I have. One, I would honestly, and this is me, maybe a bit of hubris, but I feel like objectively, I personally feel objectively, I have a above average tendency to have creative ideas, but I have a below average ability to execute on those ideas, whether it's A, having the initiative for it, and B, having the technical skills to execute on certain ideas. So ChatGPT has definitely been one of the most game-changing, tools out there for me, because it actually helped bring the technical and the execution things to be a bit more possible with various ideas that I have. Even doing the live stream, right? Like there's so many technical things behind it that I would have just gotten lost in the sauce, but here we are. Okay, anyways, I needed to color correct this shot. Nico, you said that's what I'm going to study in university if I pass. What are you going to study? You mean like AI stuff? Is that like can you graduate now with some kind of degree in AI? Are you talking about like computer science kind of stuff? If I had one genre of music that if it was like good quality that I would like to listen to the most, is probably like rap, hip hop stuff, the Eminems of the world kind of stuff, It's like you're listening to poetry, catchy poetry. Okay, this looks decent. Okay, now let's go try Dehancer. Computer science, Nico? Nice, nice. Well, it's probably a smart bet in terms of what to study. I studied economics. It was like the most basic. It was like people like me where if you don't know what you wanted to do in life, but you knew you didn't want to be a doctor or do any of the really crazy technical stuff that's super hard, you choose economics. So yeah, at some point I figure I'm going to go into a corporate environment and just be a businessman or whatever. So it was just like the catch-all degree. If I could do life over again, I think it would have been fun to study like psychology or being a, what do you call it? A physical therapist. If I could have been like a sports therapist or something, I think I would have enjoyed that. I like this one. Ooh, see? Yet again, I paused on the Kodak Aero Color 4125. This one looks nice. Let's keep looking though. This one's faded but a bit brighter, so everything's visible in a nice way. And maybe that's something to keep in mind. So since it's like a shot of a bunch of like children who are like smiling, dancing, I guess if I had to choose a color grade, I'd probably want something that's a bit more bright. So something that kind of mimics a bit more of an upbeat mood. So I think right now I'm still leaning towards that arrow color. Then maybe we can lift the blacks up a bit. Boost the colors. Here, I think the blue just... we can probably fix this later. Okay. So I like this, but it's a bit on the dark side. Obviously, we got a lot of bright sky in the background to figure out. Man, I'm so excited to be listening to Musicbed songs again. I swear, like, yeah, although I couldn't do it on the stream in the past few days, but there's so much epic songs that I've been listening to. So even this playlist is like 80 songs, I think. And then there's like a whole other playlist of songs that I was bookmarking for my YouTube videos, like the cinematic kind of stuff. Oh, maybe I'll play that for you guys. Let me add this in. Okay, so here's my thinking. Now, it's just a thought, right? I'm open to feedback and all that fun stuff. But here's what I had envisioned in my mind for the soundtrack and how I would kick off my Dehancer video. So the way I would kick off the Dehancer video, it'd be about 13 seconds where I just give a very, very, what is the problem statement, right? So in this case, I'm talking about, hey, I've been trying to figure out how to color grade something, something, something. And the solution is Dehancer. So trying to fit that into like 13 seconds. The reason 13 is because of the song, by the way. And then I want to maybe play like 40 seconds of a trailer montage. So similar to some of the videos I've made on YouTube already. And if you've been following my channel and you've seen some of my, like the past YouTube vlogs, or even like the trip I did with the Nikon ZR with the chimpanzees, I love creating these kind of 30-second punchy montages or trailers where you find some really cinematic music that kind of, you know, brings out the vibes, feels immersive, and then putting it with some footage to kind of sell. So I figure if I start the Dehancer video with some of the best footage I've edited with Dehancer, and that becomes the selling point, right? So quick intro, or like a quick opening, 40-second hook, and then it'll go back to me in the studio, giving the context, and then getting right into like, okay, well, now let's dive in. Let's see how to edit with Dehancer. Here's the key steps, blah, 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 blah. So, and I kind of bounce around in terms of ideas all the time. And this is kind of, I mean, this is part of the fun creative process, but it's also why it takes me forever to work on these videos. So even this idea I'm going to share, this is like number 5 out of like a bunch of other concepts I was thinking of, but this one felt like the most doable potentially. And I have enough footage to work with. So, okay. Also, as I work with an editor, I figure this could be a nice challenge for them as well to kind of like stress test. Can this editor, you know, put a talking head video together, but can they do the more cinematic things like, So anyways, putting it all together, we'll see. So let me go ahead and play this. Nico, he said, I clipped something. How can I see it? I have no idea. On YouTube, you clipped something? Ooh, I don't think I've ever had anyone clip something on YouTube. On Twitch, I don't know. I think it's like a bit automatic, right? Because I know a few people have like sent me links after you create a clip. If you're talking about my stream, that is. I have no idea. Okay, hold on. So here's what we got. So this song called Voyager, I think the first 13 seconds has a nice little build up and then there's a big drop. So let me try to sync it to the voiceover. I've been chasing a look that lets my travel stories breathe, that turns pixels into feeling and footage into film. And I think I found a way with one tool in my grade. Let me show you the world of Dehancer. Okay, almost. I think I was, we gotta time this better. Let me turn up the volume as well. I've been chasing a look that lets my travel stories breathe, that turns pixels into feeling and footage into film. And I think I found a way with one tool in my grade. Let me show you the world of Dehancer. So then while this plays, we'll have the nice cinematic shots. So then here, that would be where the title comes in, maybe, like the, Dehancer review, blah, blah, blah. As the music kind of drops back down, then we would drop the music even further, and then it would fade into me in the studio, is my current thinking. And so right now, we're at like 52 seconds. So I think that's like a decent amount of time where I think sometimes, basically what I'm trying to balance is when it comes to these kind of product reviews, I probably put myself in the category of most people where it's like, just get straight to the point, right? Show me exactly what I need, right? It's almost like I'm Google searching. I need an answer. I need to know, is Dehancer worth my time? How do I use it? And so in some ways, I feel like I need to be very succinct. I need to get right to the point, not a lot of fluff, and just get right to like, this is what this video is, and here we go. But then that turns into like kind of boring, or it's like it's more sanitized and it's a bit more, it's like sterilized in some ways, and it's just like I don't know. You lose a bit of that personality if you just kind of jump right into it, or you need your personality and your information to be that much better to maintain interest in some ways. And I don't view myself as an expert on any of these things, right? So while I'm doing a review, it's a review from like a layman's perspective, if that makes sense. Okay, what's up, Rohit? Rohit, sorry if I pronounce your name wrong. RB has subscribed. Thank you very much for subbing on the YouTube side. Yes. And by the way, if you're on the YouTube side, make sure to hit that like button on the stream. I don't know how much of a difference that makes, but as a small streamer, I figure every little bit might kind of claw at YouTube's algorithm and say like, yo, let me in, right? So thank you very much. I appreciate it though. Yeah, so what I was talking about is like, how do I want to approach doing these types of talking head product review videos? And not that I have many. I've only really done the one recently, the Nikon ZR. But so basically the challenge becomes like, how do I mix being more informative and educational while also knowing that why are you going to me for information and education? I'm not even a professional, filmmaker. I don't have like some big portfolio to kind of lean on. Really, I'm just a dude. Is that a line from Big Lebowski or something? I accept your duel, BC. So anyways, I have to make a bit more of a concerted effort to kind of prove to people why they should listen to me. And I think also, because I don't have the numbers, right? I'm not like some YouTube with like 100,000 followers or whatever, right? So then I figure having a bit of like an opening hook montage video, that kind of stuff with some nice music and hopefully punchy edits, that's more in line with the things that I like doing anyways. And I do have really cool shots from all over the world. So if there is a selling point, or if there's something unique to my content and who I am versus others, it's that I do have a bunch of really cool shots. And like, I can lean into a bit of those strengths. So then we did that with the ZR video, where, we had like a 30-40 second intro showing the whole Uganda chimpanzee trip in a punchy way, but it was also serving a purpose, right? It was showing the quality of the Nikon ZR. So then in the same way, this kind of opening montage for Dehancer is showing the quality of Dehancer edited footage. So yeah, anyways, that's my thought process. Nico, you said, Yobo, do you know where the clips are? Is this for Twitch or for YouTube? I don't even know why I'm asking, because for both, I don't know what the answer is. I just know there's like a button, I think on Twitch, probably for YouTube as well, where you can like clip. And then when you say clip that, I'm assuming it takes you through a window where you put it all together. You said it's on YouTube. Let me think. On YouTube. Create highlight video. I have no idea, Nico. Actually, let me ask ChatGPT. And did I win my duel? I did not. Good job, BC. Hey, Amber, I got a question for you. If I'm live streaming on YouTube and someone created a clip from my stream, where do they find that clip? Is it, help me out.
Yeah, absolutely. So if someone makes a clip from your YouTube live stream, they'll be able to find it on your channel under the clip section. Basically, YouTube has a little section where all those clips get organized, and the person who created it can find it there, and other people can also see those clips if they're browsing your channel. So it's kind of like a little highlight reel spot, and that's where they'll live.
Do I have to like turn that feature on or something? This is the first time I'm hearing about this.
Yeah, so generally YouTube has the clipping feature on by default for most live streams and videos, but you can definitely check in your YouTube studio settings just to make sure it's enabled. There's a section in your settings under channel features where you can toggle clips on or off. So if you're not seeing that option or you're not sure if it's on, just give it a quick peek in your settings. But yeah, it's usually on by default, so most likely you're good to go.
I'm on my channel. So I'm on YouTube Studio. I don't see channel features. Oh wait, no. There's something called clips. And it says allow viewers to clip my content. And it says if you deselect, viewers will not be able to clip your content, existing clips, blah, blah, blah. Selecting this option again will re-enable existing clips of your content. Okay, so if someone created a clip and I have it enabled, which I do, you're saying it automatically will show up on my YouTube homepage?
Exactly. So if you have that option enabled, then once someone creates a clip, it basically lives in a section on your channel. There's a little area where viewers can see all the clips that have been made from your content. It's not exactly on your homepage by default, but it's kind of in your channel's library area where people can browse. So yeah, as long as you got that tick on, you're all set and clips will show up there.
Is this something called top community clips? Because I'm under the channel customization and there's a home tab where I can adjust what shows up on my homepage. And I clicked add section and there's something called top community clips. Is that what we're talking about?
Yep, that's exactly it. So the top community clip section is basically a way to feature those popular clips that viewers have made from your streams or videos right on your channel homepage. So if you add that section, it kind of highlights those clips and makes them more visible to anyone visiting your channel. So if you want people to see those clips easily, that's a great section to add.
Okay, well, Nico, I think, yeah, I don't see it on my channel though. So I trust that you made the clip. I have no idea because I've already enabled it. I've activated that one other option, but I don't see anything. So I have no idea. We'll figure this out. But let me play this one over again. So yeah, the first 52 seconds or so will be this whole trailer concept. So let me try one more time. Here we go. I've been chasing a look that lets my travel stories breathe, that turns pixels into feeling and footage into film. And I think I found a way with one tool in my grade. Let me show you the world of Dehancer. So now I'm just imagining in my head, I assume there'd be a bunch of just one after the other, all the shots that we've been editing in the past week. And for each shot, basically I would have a lower third where I explain the settings that I used within Dehancer to get the look and feel. And then the final shot, fade to black with the title. And at some point here, I drop the volume down. And then we go into home studio mode. And I'm like, hey, welcome guys, blah, blah, blah. So then that's where, I kick in by saying like, hi everyone, my name's Yobel. I share the best of the world with the rest of the world through my lens, blah, blah, blah. We're going to talk about Dehancer. So anyways, that's the thought process in my mind. I think it'll work. It's not going to be the most, revolutionary video you've ever seen, but if I can make this work, I do think that would be a fun kind of template for not for all my talking head or product review videos, but if we can do that for a lot of them, where it's like, hey, here's our product, here's the showcase, like a nice kind of quality montage about that product, and then we dive into the review. If we follow that formula, I think as long as we're consistent, that becomes our DNA of how we do these things. And then my hope would be, when it comes to brands, if they see that and they see a laundry list of like, here's how I do my product review videos, because it's very consistent, they know what to expect. So then hopefully we get a bit more tailored and focused campaigns or like we exceed the expectations, if you will, of brands. So early days though, I'm being a bit premature with that. Okay, anyways, let's keep listening to music. But we'll listen to this one fully anyways. Let's put this off to the side. And let's edit. Let's turn this up. Which look do we want? Then maybe we'll change the colors on this one. I'm not sure yet. Let's see. It's a bit more vibrant if we go in that direction. Okay. Let's stabilize the footage. Okay. That was a short clip. Obviously, I think we have more. It's cropped, so... Actually, let's play the whole thing. Just doing a little trip down memory lane. So basically, I was with my honeymoon client and we were doing a hike through the mountain to get to this one lake. And just on the pathway, there's a bunch of kids that were just hanging out. They saw us. They started dancing from all the way at the end of this kind of path. It was really adorable. It was really cool too. But they all started doing this one dance and singing, and then they eventually reached us. So this is the clip where they reached. There's no audio because I took out the audio, but yeah.
Want the title, I want the rings. Critics and the haters just watch how I do my thing. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Okay, so
Pain on the destination for greatness, taking a different lane. Put the work in. Soon as I punch into the time clock, I don't see 2 through 9. It's only y'all at the side clocks contesting niggas.
So of that, we just want the, there's just a quick clip there where they're dancing.
Time. Came back to collect what they owe me. Champion. So let the games begin. On my grind and I do it on my lonely. Champion. Show them that I came to win. On the rise till I'm the one and only. Champion.
Okay, I like the clip. Alright, next one. This one's gonna be tough, I think, or maybe, just because it's very, very dark. So I like kind of underexpose this one.
Watching my exposure, the Anunnaki got me making copies for the culture. A soldier waking up for practice with the Folgers. I told her, you don't know by now, I don't know you.
100 miles of running, doing laps around the sun. Pressure on my shoulder, and it weighs about a ton. But it isn't over till the day they say I won. Tunnel vision till I'm at the finish line. 100 miles of running, doing laps around the sun. Pressure on my shoulder, and it weighs about a ton. But it isn't over till the day they say I won. Learn from losses, and now it's winning time. Came back to collect what they owe me.
Oh, good on you, Nico. You know what? We're gonna follow your lead. Let's go ahead and gamble it all. Damn. Well, I'm at 28. 28 beautiful peepees.
You see us shine, stone cold, king of the ring. See our rise, things ain't what they seem. This the champion grind. Nowadays, as seen in the New York Times, accolades piled up, articles collect dust, but the trophy on the shelf, polished with no rust. Still got a couple haters, no faith, no trust, but we tell them see you later. We don't care, so what? Came back to collect what they owe me. Champion. So let the games begin. On my grind and I do it on my lonely. Champion. Show them that I came to win. On the rise till I'm the one and only.
So yeah, I'm hoping by tomorrow I should have access to like the affiliate link for Musicbed. So then hopefully every stream, hopefully someone pops in, or as we make our YouTube videos using Musicbed, then I should be able to start promoting it. And yeah, I believe that will come with like a discount for anyone using the link or with the code or something. I'm not sure. I don't know what kind of rap you call this, but I like it. It's like that kind of like old school hip hop maybe, or that kind of vibe.
man, half amazing. Yes, yes, y'all.
Half man, half amazing.
Yes, y'all. Microphone check, y'all. Yes, yes, y'all. Rockin' with the best, y'all. From the north to south, east to west, y'all. Yes, yes, y'all. Rockin' with the best, y'all. Yes, yes, y'all. Microphone check, y'all. Yes, yes, y'all. Gotta keep it fresh, y'all. From the north to south, east to west, y'all. Yes, yes, y'all.
Alright, so now we got a bit of a blue tone here, but we'll see if we can correct it later. Later as in now. Let's see.
When the mic's on, I'm like a python to the rhythm. Pointing to your system, my saliva be the venom. Lyric like acid when I spit 'em. They eating through your denim. Jeans,
I think, not a fan of this edit. I made the skin look very alien. Like very weird bluish, tealish tints. Nico, you said I won on the YouTube side? Oh, nice. That's one of the benefits. I guess I can just, gamble on both. Alright, let's try again. So this one, or you know what? Before we try again, let's just see what can we do with the color head. Okay, it's looking better.
We have everything we need right here in this moment.
Basically having a rave in my apartment. Okay, it's not bad. It's not the best, but it's not bad. It's acceptable. So let's apply the other effects. Probably don't need this shot just because it's a repeat. Nico, you're asking, do you play any games on your PC? I do not. I just play some chess. I don't... Yeah, I don't play a lot of PC games. I used to.
We have everything.
I mean, I used to love like Maple Story and Gunbound, StarCraft. Occasionally, I try to play some PlayStation games. So I have the PS5. The last game I finished was Expedition 33. Man, what an amazing game. I can't speak highly enough about it. I tell all my friends who game, I'm like, yo, you gotta play Expedition. It's so amazing. So I do like those kinds of games. I was playing Death Stranding 2. However, I just got so busy with the live streaming that I just haven't been able to pick it back up. Hello, Nala. Wait, 30 frames per second. That means I can drop this to 80%, is that right? That's the math, yeah. So it's already done. Let's go ahead and stabilize this. Okay. Look at this biatch. Good girl. She always wants to sit on my lap, but we gotta set some boundaries when I'm working here. Look at this biatch. Might be a little too vain to have her picture behind her. I'm not sure. I do have other photos I could put up there. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so tomorrow's stream, what I'll do is I'll swap out that picture with, I have a picture that I took of a lion yawning. So it'll almost look like, here's Nala, and then here's her spirit's version, you know? Isn't that right? Yeah. All right, let's see. At 35 millimeters, so when she's standing, 35 is too cropped in. So I have to keep that in mind. I don't know if I want any shots of me in the... I think, yeah, because it would be weird to just show me randomly in one of the clips. It's like either I have to show a bunch of me or I show none of me. I'm okay with none of me. So let's get rid of this one. No Nala. I feel like I downloaded a Christian song, a Christian EDM song randomly. I like it. That should be a genre. Good girl. Okay, I gotta work. This should be a fun one to edit. So this is my friend again. She was dressed up in like the, what do you call that again? The owl guy? Yeah. I think I'm pronouncing it wrong though. Owlseye? Owls? Come on, Nala. Okay, fine. Just a little bit. The problem is whenever Nala chills on my lap, I have to sit in a certain way to keep her from falling off. And it usually makes my leg fall asleep eventually. So we shall allow for a little bit. Do what? Wait, is this actually like a pastor EDM song or something? Come on now. It is. Man, it's catchy as F though. Okay, let's start grading with Dehancer. So this one's going to be interesting because obviously we got some red tones. So obviously I want the red to shine. Or not like literally shine, but obviously the red needs to stand out. And so these things, I don't actually know what the right answer is. Do you make the rest of the shot the complementary color or like the cool tone to draw attention to the red? Or do you want it to be more red everywhere, but just this one being the one that stands out? I don't know. This looks not bad. It's like a faded. This one's not bad. I like this, but it's a bit on the dark side. So we need the red to still stand out. This one's nice. This one's nice. Richer, but a little dark. I like the red, but then the background is a bit too desaturated or like warm maybe. Too purple, black and white. This one looks okay. Maybe the blue. So this is our Kodak Aero color. Usually does a good job. This one's okay. I like this look. Okay, I'm leaning towards this one. Kodak Portra 160 VC. This one as well, but it's a little on the darker side, so contrast is good here. So I feel like a shot like this, probably because it's a bit faded on the background, I feel like the red stands out a lot in a good way. This one's not bad as well. Okay, so we have a bunch of options here. And I'm like kind of... I'm not feeling strongly one way or the other. A lot of these will work. So like the Konica Minolta is not bad. What was the other one I said? Portra 160 VC. Slightly the same. Whoops. Alright, we'll go with this one. I don't know if you guys can hear. So right now, basically, my cat's got me in a bit of a bind. So if it looks like my left arm is slumping, it's because it is. Because right now she's using it as her her pillow. So she's resting her face on my arm. But she's like purring super loudly, so I don't want to disturb her. But it's like the perfect purr. If I could adjust my microphone over, it's like the ASMR. Hold on, let's see. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but she's got me captive here. So like usually, man, the tonal range effect is super nice majority of the times. So even here, I like how it looks. Then we'll just kind of bring back a bit of the highlight.
fame. Check, check, check me out. Check me out. Yeah, hey, check me out.
Okay, let's go with this. Man, cats have like the best life ever. Jeez. But at some point I am gonna have to wake her back up. I can't keep editing like this. I'm like, yeah, this is gonna give me a headache if I do this for too long. Ooh, I shot this in 120 frames per second, so we should be able to get some really nice. Ooh, yay. Good girl. Alright, we should be getting some really cool shot coming up. So if we start from the beginning, let's see. Let's see the before and after. Not bad, right? Not bad at all. Okay, let's move on. So this is also a fun little shot. I think I was editing this one earlier. Just gotta drop the exposure a bit. Hey ya! Here we go. So we'll make this full screen. Ugh.
Powerful impact, peel back the syntax, blow up the spot like the go for Duncan. Yoga fire flame, lame get consumed. Your soul is mine, cause I am Shang Tsung. I heard you fire, but that's just the rumor. I'm a Kuma, throwing Hadoukens all into Medulla. I'm perfect, my flow quench the earth's thirst. New challenges get seismic, frost in the hearse. I believe in my purpose, made the money in the work.
Look at that pretty cat. What a good girl. Alright. Man, I get so distracted by them. Alright, what kind of vibe do we want? I'm feeling this kind of works for like a vintage looking feel to it, as well as like a poppy color one. So like this kind of style could look nice. Let's see. This one's nice. This one's a bit more vibrant. Let's try this one. I don't think I've tried this one before. So let's boost the colors a bit. Okay, let's see how this looks. So here, I think maybe the black is a bit too dark, right? Okay, not bad, not bad. Now we got another lovely moment. I swear, this Kodak Aero Color is definitely top. This one and Fuji Color 100. I'm trying to think what other ones that I tend to use, but they usually don't let me down. Okay, Kodak Aero Color is the one. I'm gonna add some color back in. Film compression. Same thing, we're just gonna drop that tonal range. I think we'll go with this Fujifilm one. I kind of want a bit of the cool tones kept in here. Not too much, but let's see. Actually, no. I think maybe we'll go with the Kodak. There's a bit more separation, or like I feel like her dress stands out a bit more on this one. Okay. Hey Nala. Come on, just chill for a bit.
Ain't no fear in the sky. Ain't you feeling the vibe? Ain't you feeling the healing? I'm feeling this ink from a pen for the homies doing time in the pen. Perfect time to win. I ain't got nothing to lose. I ain't got time to pretend. And I got God on my side. Gave his life for the guy. I'ma live with the Lord. Satan trying to take what I build and destroy. Still the children on my knees and I'm praying that my feet don't fail me now. I got the groove.
I will say, I mentioned this before, but oh, what's up, L thing? L says, if you had to start over on a budget, would you get it? Would you get a D800 or a Z5 Mark II? Both with the 7200 2.8. I feel like the mirrorless has to be the way to go, right? Although, yeah, I would go with the mirrorless. If you were to say like, if I had no knowledge, if I was to restart my learning curve of like photography, then I might say the D800, just because I feel like there's something about shooting with the DSLR where maybe it might force you to have to learn better technique up front. But obviously shooting with the mirrorless is just like so much easier, or it feels much easier to shoot with. What's up, L? How are you doing? Z5 budget full frame, D800 Pro body. Yeah, but like I said, I think I would still prefer just having that mirrorless. Just being on the mirrorless system, just one, it'll be a much lighter camera. I think also because now I'm doing more photo and video, I'm assuming, I think the Z5 II has, yeah, it should be able to do, I don't actually know what the highest quality is though. You're waiting for your work taxi. Is that a ferry? Nikon Z5. Now the DA50, I feel like I would, ooh, I don't know, because obviously I love my D850, but for video, you know, I just think the mirrorless is much better for that. Let me see. Let's just look at this. Plus you get that articulating screen, which I need to use more of anyways, for my needs. 7.5 stops of vibration reduction. Yeah, I think it would be the. You just gotta go with the mirrorless, man. Because it shoots in NRAW, normal, which is fine. So it probably has better autofocus, has the video formats that I'd be comfortable with. and it's really good for low light. It's got the articulating screen. Whereas with the D800, without even looking at it, I'm assuming a lot of those things I just mentioned wouldn't necessarily be a feature, even if it takes like excellent quality shots. Nico says, gotta go. I have a lesson. Have a great stream. See you tomorrow. Thank you again, Nico. Thanks for being here. I appreciate the help earlier. And yeah, we'll see you later. Taxi to the ferry. Ah, okay. What does your work entail when are you like, what part of the ferry navigation are you a part of? Oh, also L thing, just as a quick little update, we're listening to Musicbed music finally. So I've gotten the update from them, so they've switched over my program to be like a actual part of their program. I should be getting like a discounted affiliate link or something shortly. I'm not sure when. Hopefully tomorrow. So this is kind of like a bunch of random songs that I had bookmarked all in one go. So over time, I'll try to put them into playlists, and obviously we're going to keep adding more songs. But man, I'm just excited to listen to all the songs. All right, here we go. We got another wildlife shot. I feel like we were sorely lacking on this, so.
Let's go, it's about to get crazy. Let's go, it's about to get crazy. Lights out. Hit you where it hurts, lights out. I'm a legend, it's a curse, lights out. You could get it.
Sound and light at the bar. Gotcha. Nice. No drinking on the job, I'm assuming. Wait, can you drink on the ferries?
Let's go, it's about to get crazy.
We're gonna crop it from here.
Let's go, it's about to get crazy.
This is also probably one of my favorite shots that I took, or like favorite memories on a wildlife safari. Look at my cat. She does the most adorable thing when she wants my attention. I mentioned before, but she'll like raise one of her paws and just like give me a nice little tap. Just be like, hey, let me do my thing, or whatever she wants. Right now she just wants to chill on my lap, which is like I said, I can't do it for too long.
Let's go, it's about to get crazy.
I think I'm gonna have to like zoom out the camera. Anyways, yeah, so this lion shot was one of my favorite because this is like the morning of, or it's the morning after the previous evening. This lion had successfully, after hours, basically killed the baby buffalo. There's a baby buffalo that had been limping the previous day, and I just happened to be the first Jeep as we saw the baby limping, and out of nowhere this male lion came out. He'd been at a nearby watering hole. Then he took down the baby. The mom came out of nowhere as well, fended the baby off for a while, but it was a goner. Like even before the lion showed up, I mean the baby was just limping badly. So you knew that if it wasn't today, it was gonna be someday. Cycle of life, or what is it? Circle of life. Oh, should we do this close up? Okay, we'll cut here. So then he eventually took care of the baby, and then I was able to find him early that morning. So I was talking to the driver. Leaving now, see you, says L thing. Well, enjoy your ferry to work. Have a good day at work too. But yeah, you can actually still see the blood on the lion's cheek. But yeah, I got lucky finding him again in the morning, and he gifted us with the nice lion's roar for a while there. With the morning mist and everything. It was super cool. Alright, let's figure out what part of the shot that we want to use. I mean, the framing looks better here, obviously, in the punched in shot. This one has a bit more color, though, so... Two things to think about. Let's just cut here. Okay, so we'll do the contrast stuff later, but I think exposure-wise it's okay. Dehancer time. Oops. Okay. I'm not feeling much of these just yet, but to be fair, it's because like the shot itself is a bit like lacking some contrast, which we'll add in later anyways. So as a baseline, let's try again. Let's look. I think I want to maintain a bit of the warm tone on this one. Yo, what's up, Raiden? Raiden saying taxi. Wait, are you also taking a taxi right now? Kavai says, did you ever shoot with Canon? I have not. I don't even know. There's a chance that I've never even held a Canon camera in my hands, ever. Like, if that turned out to be true, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe I have, but... But listen, I've heard good things, right? To be fair, I've heard good things about all the brands. I've also heard bad things. A lot of mean people about my beautiful Nikon, Team Nikon. This one's okay. Yeah, I'm kind of struggling with this one. Maybe... Okay, let's go with this one for now. Konica Minolta. Let's add some color back in. There we go. Just need a bit of color, that's all. What's the bad with Nikon? Honestly, the only thing that you'll ever, well, not only thing, but I guess the thing that people poke fun at is the autofocus features. So most of this was prior to when Nikon launched the Z9, but even then, people always still do comparisons, right? But yeah, I think so. Basically, Nikon was like at the top of the game for a while. It seems like, just generally speaking, from like a consumer camera models, especially for photography on the DSLR. However, like Sony and Canon was like spending a lot, like they were investing a lot in the mirrorless space, whereas it seemed like Nikon had kind of left it, kind of just left it there. Although my understanding is I think Nikon might have been the first brand to have a mirrorless, if I'm not mistaken. There's some kind of history there that I forget. But it's just like they didn't invest time and money into it the same way that Sony and Canon did.
I am not in a taxi, but I have figured out a way to rotate my testicles to turn them into motorized wheels. This invention shall surpass anything Einstein has ever invented. Clint Eastwood thought it was a tumbleweed and is now making a film out of it.
Well, shout out to Clint Eastwood. I didn't know he was still alive. I'm glad he's lived long enough to see how you could rotate your testicles into motorized wheels. I'm surprised the TTS did the whole thing. Thank you very much for that beautiful, beautiful comment. But yeah, Kavai, I think it's really just the autofocus. But yeah, it's like since they've gone into like the Z9 and all of the mirrorless system, the Z system, it's got a significant improvements. And the other thing I guess they were missing out on was doing any focus on the video side of things. So now we're seeing, obviously Nikon has invested considerably in terms of bolstering their video features, their cinema cameras, all that. But this is like my understanding of it. I don't really have much in terms of the history, right? I just kind of dabbled in it. I started with the Sony. I just shifted over to the Nikon DSLRs, kept with Nikon since. But there was a world where a lot of photographers who are Nikon shooters were getting a bit exhausted, let's say, of hearing about how amazing Sony and Canon was with their new cameras, their auto feature. Whereas with Nikon, it was like it felt a bit stagnant. So a lot of people were probably considering shifting if something didn't happen soon. And I think Nikon understood that. And that's when they launched the Z9. And that's where it kicked off the whole, like, hey, we're entering deep into the mirrorless world. We have something that's going to compete against the flagships of Sony and Canon. And it got such a warm reception. I have my Z9, right? Which is, you know, right now being used for my cat camera. So a bit of an overkill, but beautiful camera, beautiful glass. And the autofocus was like significantly improved. But Sony and Canon shooters will always say that theirs is still much better. So, but it's like when you talk about at the top end, they're all excellent cameras, right? So now you're kind of nitpicking over certain things. But yeah, in some ways, maybe there's a lot more room for improvement. But the Z9 definitely kind of salvaged Nikon in many ways. Like it kind of put them back in the market. How did you get the Joker TTS voice? Kavai, it's, I just have it set to that one. So I'm using TTS Monster. And right now I just have it set to the... It's technically not Joker. I think it was like an ASMR voice. And then you can use your Twitch channel points to do the voice messages. Or you can donate to me. If you give me real money, that's another way to do the voice dono. But I think if you use your channel points, you can do that. Watch, she's about to do the thing. No, we just briefly caught it. It's the most adorable thing when she just sticks her paw out. Let's see if she does it again. Look at that inception. You got a picture of Nala next to Nala. I'm not sure for this one. Using the Jonkler card, says Raiden.
Look, you got me feeling like a Friday. Sunny side up like a Friday. If there's a party at the crib, you invited. And if you drink too much, that's okay. You can fall asleep on my bed. The sheets stay cozy, the weed stay rolly, the champagne iced and the wine stay rosy. Couple more drinks, have me feeling on the brink. I'ma tell you what I really think. Like, it is what it is, girl, I'm into you. So if you love me, say it back like you Windy Blue. I'm trying to put you on your back, that's what I'm finna do. Maybe get up in that mouth like a dentist doing. You got me on one, let's have a good night.
Alright, let's see how this looks.
I'ma take flight by the end of the night. Got me feeling like Mike, got me feeling like all of this waiting. What are we waiting for? That's what I'm saying.
And also what made this super cool is like, man, you always hear people say like lions roars, or like, is it something where it's like one of the loudest sounds or something, or like in terms of animals, I think. I don't know, whatever the thing is, but like lions roars are really loud, decibel wise. And where the lion was, he was like in the middle of this valley. So when he would roar, it literally would echo all around you. So it was almost like turning into surround sound.
Okay, tell me what's the hold up. I'm here now, girl, I showed up. Said that we was moving too fast, now you slowed up.
Okay.
Now you wanna blame
Now
it on
let's
the
see,
twins that
can
was
I
about time I tell you what I think, girl, you know what?
do some camera lock?
Can never hit it and run. I'm at the top of my game. You want a tip of my tongue. And what's that?
Meow, I, Nala the Lioness Queen, demand a worthy camera to capture my fluffy fine coat to compete with my lion brother on Dad's glowing rectangle.
Man, you know what? I keep saying this is on my to-do list. I have to figure out where that extra voice is coming from. Obviously, there's like a default voice. I'm assuming it's coming from Twitch. And then, yeah, so there must be a way to turn it off on Twitch, right? But you said, I, Nala, the Lioness Queen, demand a worthy camera to capture my fluffy fine coat to compete with my lion brother on Dad's glowing rectangle. Well, actually, I think I took that photo with the Nikon Z9. So that thing was technically captured with the same camera that we're using right now. But I do need to upgrade Kimbap's camera. Right now it's just that flimsy Logitech webcam. So at some point we're going to swap it over. But it's holding off. It's holding off for now. Look at this. It's a bit on the dark side right now, but... Oh, I have a filter on that. Pretty girl. Pretty girl. Clint Eastwood is still alive, by the way, if you didn't know. You know what? I'm sure I knew. I don't watch a lot of his stuff. Actually, I couldn't even name you any of his movies that I've seen. What has he done that I've seen? What are Clint Eastwood's top 10 movies that he's either been in or directed?
Oh, Clint Eastwood's got quite a lineup for sure. So some of his top movies that he's either starring or directed, just to name a few big ones, definitely Unforgiven is huge. Dirty Harry, of course, is a classic. $1 Million Baby is another one of his big ones as a director. Gran Torino is super well known. And then, of course, you got some of his classic westerns like The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Those are just a handful, but he's got a ton of iconic films in his filmography, so those are definitely some of the top hitters.
You know what it is? Kavai said, what a cutie. OML. What is OML? Oh my lord? Yeah, she's adorable. Look at that face. Although I need to put some more light on her if she's over there. Alright. Add to my to-do list. Let me see if I can bring this other light over just for now. Look at that face when she looks up. There we go. We'll get her a little beauty light. I'm telling you, I can just do a stream of just my cat. Forget doing photo, video editing streams. There'll just be a 24-hour live stream of just this. Okay, I think I bothered her enough. He's like 1,800 years old though. Okay, here's the thing. Here's my issue with what's his name? Clint Eastwood. I think the only movie of his that I've seen, maybe the first one I ever saw with that he directed or whatever, is $1 Million Baby. $1 Million Baby? Yeah. Oh look, she's doing the thing again. Damn it. I want to switch the camera over when she does it. Yeah, I want the full screen when she puts her paw out. We'll get it. What is my issue? He did that $1 Million Baby movie, and I thought it was such a depressing... I don't mind dark movies. I like dark movies. I like twisted movies, stuff like that. Thrillers, you name it. But I felt that that movie was just utterly depressing for no reason. I just felt like it... It's like, why, you know? Why do you gotta... Why do you gotta, yeah, what was the point of watching that movie just to feel like I was just... It was just like a 3 hours of suffering. I don't even know if it was 3 hours. It just felt too long of just pain and misery with no payoff. Okay, so Nala has hopped on top of the chair, so hopefully she knows how to get back down. Dun, dun, dun. Alright, let's see if I can just copy this. Okay, not bad. And let's cut it after the last. Right there. Let's see how it looks. Okay, it's not bad. Proceeding to the next one. We got a little winter squirrel. And for this, we're going to want to slow it down, of course. And let's cut out these parts where I'm shaking. I think that moment where the squirrel drops one of the... What is he? Like a walnut, maybe? Oh wait, Raiden, how come when you're doing yours...
I just got a lobotomy and I found a note on my fridge that said to remember to buy milk from the supermarket. What do you use milk for? I also apparently have a baby after my so-called apparent wife, who is to me a random woman in my house, told me, and she is trying to convince me she can produce milk, which she uses to feed the baby, and not me. Can you imagine that? Now I may have got a lobotomy, but I am not that stupid, okay? Milk comes from cows, and as much as I would love to say that's what...
Wow, I'm impressed by that voice. I'm impressed by your story as well. Yo, Raiden, how come? Okay, that's the second time when you did the voice. It didn't play the double voice thing. So is that like a feature that you can check or uncheck from your side? Nala, be careful. Nala. I gotta get her away from jumping on Kimbap. Come on, Nala, get down. Come here. Ugh. Come here. Ugh. Good girl. Jesus. You need the Jonkler card? Oh, you weren't kidding. You were saying that there's something? The Jonkler card? Wait, what does that even mean? Are you just making up words right now? Jonkler card? Twitch. Okay. Clearly you're talking about some meme that I have no idea about. If I go to community, no. Bits and sharing, is that it? No. Sponsorships. Where do I go? Viewer rewards. Okay, power-ups and channel points. Manage power-ups and channel points. Raiden says search Jonkler. I just searched it, man. Or wait, did I search Jonkler card? What the heck is a Jonkler, man? Oops. Now I'm hitting the wrong shortcuts. What's the deep philosophical reason he is called? The term Jonkler is a playful and exaggerated way of referring to the Joker. Why? The Jonkler often mistakenly called the Joker. What? Wait, is Jonkler an actual character? Oh, it's an intentional misspelling of the Joker. Usually referring to him as he appears in the Batman Arkham series. Okay. Okay. Oh, is that the voice that it sounds like? Gotcha. Oh, sorry. I completely misunderstood what you were saying. You were saying I need to get the Jonkler card, although I don't know what a card is. If I can adjust... Yeah, if I can make channel points with specific TTS voices, that would be interesting. I don't know if I can do that, though. There's so many things I need to look into. But either way, I need to figure out how come when Raiden did his... When he did the TTS, it didn't duplicate the voice. How? Skip rewards request? No. I don't know how you did it. I don't know. Alright, life's greatest mysteries remains unsolved. You need to print a picture of him. Wait, oh yeah, because right now I just have a badge of my cat. Because, like I said, because I change the TTS voice all the time, right? So right now it just happens to be on that ASMR voice that sounds like Jonkler. If there's a way that people can use specific amount of channel points to do specific voices, that'd be cool. Okay, this song is a little bit not my vibe. I mean, it's okay, but it's not really what I'd like to listen to. So I'm okay getting rid of this one. Where is it? In my eyes. Let me just drag it out for now. Thug shake. You need to print a picture of him? Gotcha. The Jonkler effect. Yeah. Man, there's so much of the world and lore that I just don't know. All I know is this freaking squirrel is adorable. Munching away on these walnuts in the snow. Let's go ahead and start editing. I think I struggle with these winter shots. Like, I like these kind of looks. But when the moment it's like you have some color to it, like I struggle to figure out, do I want the snow to look bluish or do I want to retain it to look super white? This is clean. Of course, it's the Kodak Aero Color 4 125. Ultramax 400. This one looks minty. Kavai says, wait, what? Do you know about the... Hold on. Kavai says, I need to edit my 1K Duolingo reaction now. Oh, nice, nice. Do you know about the Kabi Lame mechanism, bro? Search it up. It's actually the coolest thing I've seen in a really long time. Not the claimy... Kabi Lame. Who's Kabi? Is that one famous, the guy who points at things? Kabi Lame. Oh yeah, this guy. Wait. That's his actual last name? Lame? Yo. Wow. Wait, is it actually? You know what? I have more respect for this guy. That he was able to break out of the curse that is his last name. He kept from being lame. He's an Italian influencer. Yeah. Oh, of course, everyone knows this guy. But what's his mechanism? Oh, it's like some actual thing? Or you're talking about like this is his strategy or something for... Interesting. Not the Kabi Lame, says Kavai. I can't believe his last name is Lame. Wow. Okay, I'm between Konica Minolta. There's something called Ultra we saw. I think I like Konica Minolta more. And then let's compare it to the Aero Color. Alright, we're gonna go with Konica. It's got a bit more like a cooler tone to the snows. Just look at the images. Oh, did I miss it? Also, this song, I guess maybe listening to it again or whenever, I don't know. I don't know how I made it to my list because it's a bit too depressing. My Only One. Just look at the images. I think Raiden has caught Ligma and now has brain rot. Alright, let's look at this. What are you talking about? Look at the images. Oh, you mean like this kind of hand stuff? Oh, I've seen this kind of thing on a rooster. Have you seen that? Chicken with small hands. Chicken, small hands, toy. Jesus, how do I... I'm so bad at this. Add hands to a chicken. There we go. Now this is funny. Whoever came up with this idea, spot on. Okay, anyways. Let's boost the color. Let's increase that tonal range. All right, we're going with the Fujifilm 3513. All right, and let's stabilize. You need it for the TTS. Can I have 2 channel points? I don't know if I can give channel points. I think you just earn it through the time, right? Or chatting or donations and stuff like that. I can give points on the Streamlabs side, but that doesn't allow you to do the same thing. But one thing I am going to be changing soon, thanks to Photo Elite, is I am going to look into replacing Streamlabs with Streamer Bot, which apparently has a lot of unique features, or you can customize and do really crazy stuff on it. So hopefully I'll be able to implement that soon and then put it onto our stream. We're always going to find ways to improve the cool factor of our streams. I got some really big plans for next year, by the way. Big plans. Look at this adorable squirrel. Okay, that was a good shot. Let me just see the before and after real quick. Before and after. Okay, good. All right, this one could be a really cool shot, but it's going to be super shaky. Yeah, get them PPs. Good job. The colors here are like super nice. This is without me doing any color grading, I believe. The problem is we were basically trekking through like knee-deep snow. So I was just hand-holding the camera, and I was literally sinking into the snow as I was trying to follow them. So it's a very, very shaky shot. Let's see. Yeah, super shaky. So I want to see what can we cut out of this to use potentially. Good thing I shot in 120 frames, so we might have stuff to salvage. Kavai, you're asking, is it better to stabilize the footage in post like you do instead of in-camera crop stabilization? No, I mean it's always better to use the in-camera stabilization, in my opinion, right? The more you can keep the original footage stable, the better, because like you don't want to be at the hands or the mercy of these like software editing programs to dictate how stable your shot will be. Obviously, the more stable the actual camera footage was to begin with, the better. Because like, let's say in this case, how shaky it is. If I use the DaVinci stabilization, because of how shaky it is, it's essentially going to end up throwing away a lot of the pixels around the edges. So it'll punch in or crop in quite a bit just to keep a stable shot. So yeah. But sometimes you have no choice. Like in this case, I didn't have a gimbal. I rarely use gimbals. And yeah, trekking through the snow like this, it's like, okay, we'll see what we get. But the other solution for that in my case was I shot at 120 frames per second. So then that gives me a bit more leeway, I guess, given how slow the footage is, that there might be a few moments here where it doesn't look too shaky. But we'll see, we'll see. I'm just gonna crop out a few moments here so that it also helps with the stabilization. If I had a gimbal for this though, the lighting was so amazing. Just the colors, everything. Cause like he's got like some kind of light source where I think it's like super early in the morning, like before sunrise. So you got that blue in the snow, and this like warm light coming from his light source. So it just made it feel very not necessarily eerie, but somewhere in that world. Yo, Jorsetti says color looks great. Yeah, I mean, I didn't do anything.
I need to have a word with you, my brethren. How much trouble am I in if my late adopted sister barged into my room while I was looking at Peach's sexy photos and she slipped on the pee I left on the floor?
Who's Peaches? Wait, what are the odds of that happening? Actually, though, what are the chances? I was literally about to say, like, do you mean Princess Peach? And here comes this song. Wait, Raiden, how did you predict the future? Literally, the song that's playing right now is called Princess Peach. In the world of, like, coincidence or the odds of things like this happening, this has got to be, like, somewhere in the realm of, like, impossible. Can't get over that. No, it's not because of the Jonkler card. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. No, literally, I just have my playlist on shuffle. It's just on random. Dude, that was such a weird moment. I'll definitely have to clip that. Or I need to save that because that was good timing. Good timing. We can always leave it up to you, Raiden, for the most NSFW TTS messages. Jorsetti says color looks great. Yeah, so Jorsetti, thank you for being here, by the way. Sorry, I got distracted by the most bizarre timing ever around Princess Peach, of all things. This one I didn't do any color grading as of now. This is literally just the, I think this is the original. Let me see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this has nothing that I've done. Let's see. Yeah. So it's literally just from being in the DaVinci Wide Gamut, just doing the conversion. Jorsetti says, been having fun with... Jorsetti, by the way, I think your name is Jim, right? Was it Jim? Anyways, been having fun with my ZR. Glad to be back. Where have you been? What did you shoot? I'm curious. Let us know. I'm excited to hear. I don't have my ZR yet either. Or, not either, but I don't have mine. I'm so jealous. Raiden says, you just give me infinite. I don't know how to give... I can't give those channel points, man. I think you just got to give me money. That's all. Yes, you got to do tips. You got to support me through my... You got to give me money, essentially. Yes, Jim. Gotcha. Yeah, let us know. What were you shooting with? In the meantime, since you've been gone, Jim... Oh, well, it's empty now. I got a new cat bed. So next to me here is our second cat bed. And I even put Nala's little Amazon cardboard box here so that she uses it more often. And I've upgraded so that I'm using my Nikon Z9 with the 24-70 f2.8 lens for this kind of cinema camera. For when she comes back. And then we're going to replace this camera. Once I get the ZR, I'm going to basically use the ZR for this selfie cam. And then the Z6 III, which I'm using currently for the selfie whatever, will be used for Kimpop's cat bed. And then we got our Z9 for this one. So those are the new things that have happened since you've been gone. Raiden says, when I find a bug on the floor and rip its legs off so its friends have to save it just for them to go through the same thing. Jesus, man. Gift IRL money for PBs? Yeah, exactly. Mario cool glasses emoji. Yeah, so... Hold on, we're gonna find... This moment looks really nice. Jimmy said, I shoot live music and have a specific artist I follow. Shooting R3D Any? Yo, that sounds awesome. There's a few of us in the... a few people in the community who are like concert shooters. Although I think they're mostly photos. But I feel like concert photography, the shots always look so cool, right? Because you got all the special lights. If you find certain angles, you got the spotlight effects, mist, or whatever else the artists are doing. It sounds like, yeah, so you do more of the film side, so that's really cool. Well, Jim, if you ever have anything you can share publicly of your work, let us know. But yes, good to have you back. It's been a while. So basically what I'm working on, just to catch you up to speed, I'm editing a bunch of shots that I've taken from around the world because I'm working on my next product review, which is for Dehancer. So I've got all of these shots that we've edited so far. Actually, let's do a little... What do we've got? So basically my task was I wanted to see if I can do the entire color grading process with just Dehancer. So with the single node, essentially, can we take each of these shots? So I'll color correct the shots just on a basic level. And then I've been seeing if I can use Dehancer to get the final look and feel across a number of my shots from around the world. So you got our silverback gorilla and then color graded with Dehancer. Some kind of, cultural shots and then with Dehancer. So yeah, I've been doing this for the past week because that is the next video that I need to make. It's just like, here's my thoughts on Dehancer. We're going to make a nice little trailer montage of all of these shots. Got some leopards, cultural shots. So yeah, this, given the pace of how I work, this took, I think, about a week. We're not even done yet, so I'm a very slow, methodical worker, okay? But we do have some really cool shots. Yeah, we got through a lot. We got some pretty interesting shots here. Then we had some of the Mongolia ones again. And then, where do we end up? Here we are. And we just got a handful more shots to go before I think we can finally say we're complete. And in the background, I'm working on the scripting. But yeah, I wanted to clip this shot up a bit more. because it's very, very shaky, and I shot in 120 frames per second. So let's just try to see if we can find some moments where hopefully I'm not bumping around. Which is a shame if I don't, because like again, the lighting here was just so nice. It was so crisp and like, I don't know. Maybe up to there. Oh man, I need to wait. All right, so we're almost 240. Hold on. Okay. I need to add one of those Stream Deck buttons where I guess the professionals hit the button to like create a marker in your stream, so then you can always go back to it to know like there was something that you want to clip or turn into future content. So we're not big enough of a streamer to really need that function too often, but I need to keep that in mind. I still can't believe of all the things, Raiden, that you could have done a TTS Dono message about, for you to do some raunchy message about Princess Peach as the Princess Peach song in my playlist is playing? Come on. Actually, I'm sure we can get these statistics out of that. Actually, let's ask ChatGPT. Okay, Amber, I need you to put on your calculator hats for this one. So I have a playlist that is on shuffle, and it's just randomly choosing between about 80 songs. Actually, it's 73 songs. So actually, it's 71 songs because I took 2 of the songs out. So there's 71 songs in my playlist. One of the songs is called Princess Peach. And at the same time as this song Princess Peach started playing, someone in my chat sent a message where in the message it was something to do with Princess Peach. And this chatter had no idea, I had no idea, that the song I was playing was about Princess Peach. What are the actual odds of something like that happening? If you were to give me like an actual number, an actual value to it, what would you say the chances of something like that happening are?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's put on that calculator hat for a sec. So if you have 71 songs in your playlist and each one is equally likely to be chosen, the chance of Princess Peach being the next song that comes up is 1 out of 71. That's roughly about 1.4%. Now, the other part of the coincidence is that someone in your chat mentioned Princess Peach at the exact same time. But odds of that are a little trickier because it depends on how often people talk about Princess Peach in your chat or how likely that is. But if we just treat it like a separate random event and say it's also kind of a rare coincidence, you can multiply those probabilities together. So, but overall odds are going to be pretty low, definitely a small fraction of a percent. Basically, it's one of those fun little universe moments where 2 unlikely things line up at once.
Yeah, but can you give us an actual number? Because there is no habit of talking about Princess Peach. Literally, it was the most random thing, right? There's a world of any topic, and it just happened to be about Princess Peach at the same time as that music. So give us a real number and as many decimal places as you need to use.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just put it in really concrete terms. So if we say there's a 1 in 71 chance of the phone coming up, that's about 1.4%. Now, if we just say the odds of someone randomly mentioning Princess Peach are also super low, maybe another 1 in 71 chance, just to pick a number, then you're looking at about 1 in 5,000 or so, which is roughly 0.02%. So yeah, it's a tiny fraction of a percent and just one of those fun little coincidences.
What was the percent again?
Yeah, absolutely. So roughly speaking, if you're combining those odds, we're talking about something like around 0.02% or in that ballpark. So really just a tiny fraction of a percent chance that both those things would line up at the same time. So yeah.
Wait, that sounds way too high. Okay, what did you say the odds are of someone bringing up Princess Peach in a conversation?
Yeah, fair enough. And I get what you're saying. If we're thinking it's even more unlikely, like maybe it's a total random fluke that someone mentions Princess Peach at that exact moment, the probability gets even smaller. So if we think of it as a super rare, once in a blue moon kind of thing, the odds could easily be way less than that. Maybe it's 1 in thousands or even tens of thousands. So yeah, if we adjust for that and say it's a truly rare random mention, then the odds get even tinier. So we can definitely say it's a super tiny fraction of a percent and it's just a really fun coincidence.
She's not being super helpful. Oh, I meant to. She heard me say that. Okay. I thought this was shot at 120 frames per second. I was incorrect. So these are all shot at 30 frames, which makes more sense because I was like, yo, what are the chances I shot 120 frames per second in this super low light environment? I just didn't think it was something I would do. But yeah. What's up, Markman? Yo, welcome to the stream. Yo, Markman, you want to hear something crazy? I mean, I'm still tripping out about it. Hold on. Let's look through the... Well, firstly, welcome to the stream. What's new? Oh yeah, so we're listening to Musicbed. So I finally got the Musicbed situated, so I'm now officially one of their members, or like part of their program. As part of that, I should, hopefully by tomorrow, I should be able to get like an affiliate link, as well as like a discount or something for anyone who wants to use Musicbed. But yeah, more importantly, I can finally listen to music like the stuff that we've been listening to for a while that I've been kind of bookmarking, but I couldn't actually download or license yet. But now I can. And so I'm just kind of playing all the songs that there's about like 70 of them or so that I've downloaded that I'm just kind of playing on shuffle. Seeing if, just reminding myself of these songs and what I think about them. I'll start to curate that into like different playlists as well for stream. And we have anyways, so that's what we're doing. Plus I'm editing more of my footage with Dehancer. Henry Hurtado says, hello, I just found your channel. Really amazing and refreshing. Yo, thank you for saying that. Well, if you think that, actually, let's go full screen for that. If you think that, well, firstly, thank you. But make sure to like the video if you can. If you see that little thumbs up somewhere, make sure to hit that. And then, if you're not subscribed to me already, this would be a good opportunity to, I don't know, maybe hit that subscribe. Feel free to follow me on all the channels and stuff, but I appreciate you saying that. That's already enough. So I'm surprised you found my I'm curious how you found the channel. Right now, maybe just for the context, I am a wildlife and travel photographer, and in the past 2 to 3 years I've been focusing more on video. So right now, for instance, I'm editing a bunch of these footage from around the world. I traveled quite a bit in the past 2 years. And so I have a lot of material to go through. And we're testing out a product called Dehancer. They had reached out to me to see if I'd be willing to test it out. And they just want an honest review. And in return, I got access to use their product. And if you would like to use it, hold on, let me plug myself, Dehancer. You can use promo code YOBELPRIZE to get 10% off on Dehancer. This one I haven't applied Dehancer on this just yet, by the way. Okay, doesn't look bad. Let's see how it plays. So again, keep in mind, these shots were so shaky because I was like constantly tripping. So you can see here, this stabilization was really bad right there. This one's slightly bad, but I hope I can fix it. And then this one might be the one we end up using. Just because we get some nice colors in the background. It was just before sunrise. And he's got that light source. So this is our local guide in Hokkaido. And he knows where all of the flying dwarf squirrels are located, which is a big appeal for me in terms of like one of the experiences. So, you know, you have to like try to park yourself. They only come out of their hole early in the morning, and then they return at, you know, after sunset essentially. And you try to predict the direction that the squirrels will be coming from, because they will literally fly through the sky, right? They go up a tree really far away, take off, and then they glide all the way to their home. And depending on where you are, you try to take the photo or the video as it comes into view, as your camera's in the right focus point. And then if you're lucky or talented, you get a really cool shot of a flying dwarf squirrel. So this guy lives there. He goes out there every day. It was a really fun experience. I do want to go back. I think this is one of the subjects that I want to do another short film about. I would love to do like a documentary and just interview him in Hokkaido and just kind of follow him around, see his lifestyle, what he does. It's just fascinating. I think his life is really, it's cool. It's dedicated, right? So anyways, so we got these shots. Let's go ahead and edit it. Oh yeah, I was in the middle of saying something else though. But anyways, yeah, so thank you very much, Henry. I appreciate the message. And yeah, so right now I'm just kind of going through these guys. Let's go ahead and test out Dehancer. Now these shots are a bit on the dark side. So before we get started, let's go ahead and just do a slight bit of color correction on this. Let's just find a moment to reference. And normally I would say like I probably need a bit of noise reduction on this, but we're going to add a bit of a grainy feature on it using Dehancer. So you know what? It's not the worst. Let's go ahead and lift the curve just a bit. Okay. All right, let's go using Dehancer. Now, okay, what kind of look do I want? I'm assuming, without really knowing, I really like the original look. To be fair, for this shot, it probably doesn't really need much of Dehancer at all, because I thought without even doing any edits, it just looked clean. Now, this one's a creative look, which I don't mind, but it is stripping away a bit of that pink. It's taking away a bit of that sunrise colors, even though I think the look and feel is quite interesting. So this is where I'm going to have to battle between like, do I want to retain the warmth of the sunrise as well as the warmth on his face from the light source? So I guess essentially like keeping it a bit more on the duo tone side. Something like this, but maybe not as exaggerated. This one's nice. Yep, as always, Fuji Color 100 never lets me down. This one's not bad. Print industrial. But yeah, it takes away a lot of the sky. We might be able to color boost it though, we'll see. This one's good. Let's compare the two. Okay, we might go with that superior one just because it's slightly brighter. Superior. Mark, you said, I hope one stream you tried converting NEV to R3D and file and test it out. Oh yeah, I completely forgot we can try that. Should we do that on this stream? Yeah, we can try that actually. Well, let me get through all these first, because I need to just finally get this done. And then at the end, let me add one in. I should be able to get it done tonight. Oh yeah, Mark, I was gonna say something. Yo, check out how crazy this is. And I am gonna go back after the stream and clip it. So we got we have someone in the chat, Raiden Leap, okay? And Raiden just happened to use a TTS voice message. And in the message, it was a bit on the raunchy side of things, okay? Raiden just doesn't have a filter on his own thoughts, I'd say. But in his message, he said something about how he wants to look at pictures of Peaches, is what he said. And he was referring to Princess Peach. And would you get, as that TTS voice finished reading it out, of the random 71 songs that I have in this playlist that I've just downloaded and I just started playing as of today on these streams, what song was playing at the same time? Let me find it. Yeah. Of all the songs, of all the things, of all the moments, of all the topics, for someone to talk about Princess Peach as this song was playing, come on. Like, what are the odds? We live in a simulation, yeah? Unk thinks he's live. Unk thinks he's live right now. What are you talking about? I am live, right? Anyways, trippy, right? The higher powers that be, yes. Man, I was like stun locked when that happened. I was like, what? Because I was literally in the middle. Well, one, Raiden Lee absolutely stun locked me with his message. A bit on the weird NSFW kind of thing. I was like, why are you talking about fantasizing about peaches? And as I was collecting my thoughts, in my mind, I was thinking like, what do you mean by peaches? Are you referring to Princess Peach? And then to hear Princess Peach, like I didn't know the song was called Princess Peach. I wasn't paying attention to the music. To all of a sudden hear Princess Peach in my headphones, like what is going on? Okay, anyways. That was so bizarre though. Thank you, Raiden Leap. That's like a top. When I'm like 80 years old, assuming I make it to 80 years old or whatever, and I'm on my deathbed, I'll always remember this moment as one of the most peculiar, what are the odds type situation. In terms of the odds, I would obviously prefer winning the lottery with that kind of odds. But, okay, we'll take it. This one looks nice. Kodak Ektar. Okay, so both of these look not bad. Maybe this one. Raiden's saying, are you still mind blown by my powers? I can teach you. I'm selling a course for $50. I'll consider it. After such a moment.
Some days the good things aren't easy to find. But if you're looking, you'll see plenty around. It's in the background and out in plain sight. Good things happen all the time.
I like songs like this. Kind of like feel good, but whimsical.
People will be kind, be good-hearted and help each other out. Good news won't often make the headlines, but good things happen all the time. Good things happen all the time.
Okay, so I think this one is still the winner. Superior. Let's go with this one. Let's do a bit of a color boost. It's $100, including considering time.
Clashes and conflicts get all the hype, but I think most of us get along just fine. Trouble may be in the spotlight, but good things happen all the time. There's a couple of shadows, but plenty more light. Some doing wrong, but so
We might go with this glossy paper just because there's a bit more of the sky colors retained, although it's still very dark, so we gotta do a bit of adjustment here. I feel like this shot, maybe vignette could look nice. I'm not sure. Let's add the grain. Oh, look who decided to show up. Just gonna do a 24-hour cat stream. Yeah, I wonder if my cat just chills here the whole time. If I just did like a split screen of my cats and it would just kind of bounce between the cameras, and then could I just go to sleep, and would this make money for me? I need passive income, you know? Okay, let's see if vignette looks good on this one. Okay, I think I like the vignette. Okay, let's see how it turned out. Okay, I like it. Let's copy this over. Should be able to just copy everything. So very, very shaky, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't know if this one's going to be salvageable. Yeah. This one we won't be able to use, which is fine. What about one of these? It's like just a little bit of like jitteriness. Let's see, can we solve for that? Doesn't really fix it much. I think the first option was still better, but yeah, there's like a bit of that crop, or it's like the micro jitters, I believe is what it's called. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to fix that one, or at least not with my current skill level. It's like okay, you know? Okay. Okay, we're almost done. Now we got some fox footage. Start with the color correction. Let's drop this bad boy down. Let's find a key moment. Ooh, right there. Look at that beautiful fox. Let's cut it from here. Okay. Let's say, roughly speaking, that's okay. Where do I want to go with this one? I'm assuming I want something that kind of distinguishes the red fur. But then with this shot, there's so much boring sky behind the fox. So really, we're just... we'll see, I guess. Oh yeah, also, this is not the key moment. The key moment's when... Yeah, here we go. This one's nice. Of course, Kodak Aero Color. Alright, you know what? I think we should go with this one. Save time. Let's keep the original. So with the Kodak Aero Color, let's do the film compression. Tonal range. Increase the color density, and let's do our print profile.
Tell them play that funky music. Play that song the pretty girls in the back get loose with. Never simmer down way too hot, and it's hard to stop. You know we got that movement. Gon' do what you do, okay? Yeah, I say got a little upgrade. You deserve flowers, get the bouquet. Can I have the stance? What do you say? When you feel the beat, go move your feet right next to me. Right next to me. Don't overthink, no need to talk, just say la vie. Darling, we can get down in the moonlight. We've been waiting for tonight. Move and shake it how you like. Still ain't get no sleep, but I swear we never tired. So let's just dance all night. Everybody have a good time. There ain't nothing like a good vibe. I said let's just dance all night.
Okay, it's not bad. Raiden says, I'm so hungry I could eat. What is... I can only assume this is a person. Noma Patel. Raiden, I'm getting a sense now of your humor. Ooh, let's slow this down. Oh, and let's also... I think vignette could work. Yeah. Alright, let's see how this looks in slow motion. Here we go. Slow motion. The music kind of goes with this video. Looks like the fox is ready to do something. Okay, we can probably cut the ending of that. For this one, we'll see if we can copy the same edit. Nice. All right. Looks good. Let's stabilize in slow motion. Probably just want this part here. Ooh. Right here. Now I'm hungry. I have so much more to do. I guess the problem is like I do need to end this, so I think my goal is I'm not gonna add any more clips besides what we got, because then I could just constantly add more and more from my travels. So that's part of the problem, is I kind of built up too big of a library of footage. So now as for the moment, I think when... Oh yeah, let's slow it down. So there's a cool moment, I think, where the fox kind of looks up a little bit, so you can see a bit more of the eye. But it has like a nice expression on the face here. Also, because it's a punched in shot, I think it's better because obviously the sky behind it is kind of boring. It's just clear white. So this is, it feels like a better composition, I guess, compared to the other one. All right. I think we had a similar shot already. Let's see if this one. Nope. Okay, this is a kind of a goofy moment, I guess. I think I want to try to keep the same look and feel if possible with the previous one. This one was what, a bit cool. I don't know. Because there's a chance that you would want to put both shots next to each other because they're, you know, squirrel. So I would assume I need to edit this to look somewhat the same, right? Oh, we listened to the song already.
That means there's something going on in your soul, something going on in your body.
I do like the song though, but it's like a song called Holy. What the hell is this? We listened to that as well. I should probably play it so I don't replay songs, right? Repeat all. I think we listened to that already. Raiden says, also eat Trevor. Oh. What is up with you and eating people? Alright, we'll do the same edit. So we'll go to Konica Minolta. And let me actually put the clips next to each other. Oh man, I need to learn some more DaVinci shortcuts. I think there's some kind of shortcut where maybe it's like command. There's some shortcut where if I click a clip and I drag it around, it'll just like shift it alongside everything else. How do I do it? Nope. 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 No. No, that's just copying and pasting. Alright, I give up. Alright, here we go. So this one versus this one. So we need a bit more color, firstly. Yo, what's up, Kevin? Sub gang. Kevin, how's it going, man? I'm almost done with this. And, I'm listening to Musicbed music now. So I think tomorrow I should be able to get like a discount code or something, I think. Or like an affiliate link and all that. But it's been fun. I'm finally able to listen to all the songs that I've been bookmarking that I couldn't play on stream. And this means I can keep adding more music and all that fun stuff. And how many more clips do I have? I technically only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more clips to go, and maybe I'll throw in like a chimpanzee shot. Or like some of the ZR shots, right? Because we've been looking at these chimps for so long. I'm like, enough of it. But yeah, maybe I should add 1 or 2 of that. Alright, so we're gonna add a bit of that color boost. Actually, it will blast it. It looks nice. Now the problem is the colors look quite different between the two. I feel like I would go for something in between these two. So maybe I can try to lift the colors on this one. Alright, you know what? It's close enough. Close enough. Now look at this adorable freaking squirrel. Alright, we probably don't need so much of this footage, so maybe just up until there. Actually, yeah, we'll cut it here. And then let's stabilize it. What's up, L? Welcome back. I asked AI to shorten my gear dream list as of now to fit into a Twitch chat. Can I test pasting it here? Yeah, of course. Of course, of course. Oh man, I bit my lip or my tongue earlier. Alright, L's wish list is for bodies. It's the R7 Mark II APS-C /R1, the 5DS 50 plus megapixel. For lenses, the Sigma 10 to 18 2.8. Interesting. Although I guess what is that on an AP? So if you want it on a crop sensor, what does that convert to? Let's check out the squirrel shot, shall we? Look at his look. Man, what a shot. Amazing. You can see like all the little whatever. It looks like all the shavings on the walnut, maybe. It's all the powdery stuff. Man, that walnut looks delicious. I'm hungry. Is that a walnut? Is that an acorn? What is that? If I could film animals in the snow all year round, I would be very content. It's a 1.6x? Okay. What a pretty little squirrel. You want a Sigma 17 to 40, 1.8, a 40, 1.4. So you're a big Sigma person, yeah? But how does Sigma compare? Yo, Bent Riz. No. Bent Reels. Bent Reels says, yo, and thank you for the follow on Twitch. Nice. What are we on with Twitch these days? Okay, we're safely over the 100 mark. So thank you very much, Bent Reels. There are 2 goals, I guess. I really only had 1 goal for this year. By the end of the year, I'm hoping I can reach 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. So we just crossed the 9,000 mark, I think a week or 2 ago. So we'll see. We'll see if we can hit 10K. I have a few YouTube videos I need to pump out, so hopefully that will help. And then on the Twitch side, the goal is, can we reach 200? If we can reach 200, that'd be great. But yeah, time will tell, right? And also, it just depends how freaking fast I can work on my footage. Oh man, Kevin, I don't know if you're hearing, but I caught myself a few times from saying footages. So I am improving my language, my grammar. So here's the before and after with Dehancer. I like it. I like it. You said check me out on IG. Bentrils, is there a reason why I should? If you donate money, I shall. How about that? Oh, here's the flying door squirrel. So now let's flip this guy over. Oops. Did I flip it too much? Oops. Yo, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Thank you. I was being serious, but I appreciate the support. That's real money. Real money in the pocket. Thank you. I can now afford my cat's food. Why am I not getting the freaking angles right on this? It should be 90 degrees, yeah? Why is that not working? Oh, negative 90. There we go. Okay, Bent Reels. Well, since you did donate some real money. So tell me, why should I check out your IG? Are you like a photographer or what do you do? And thank you again. Now this is the flying door squirrel, and I really just need one pivotal moment. Yeah, this part here where you see the snow flying down. So let's crop everything else. Mm-hmm. 60 frames. All right, let me just switch this over to 40% speed. Bentril says portrait photographer based in KC. Is that Kansas City? What else could KC stand for? Kentucky Chicken? Well, Bentrils, if you'd like to, feel free to join my Discord. Now, in Discord, you can feel free to put a link to your Instagram there so we can check it out. But yeah, as part of me being a streamer, I think part of what I've been enjoying is building out a community and meeting a bunch of other creative people, right? So whether it be photographers, filmmakers, I think at one point we had a few like script writers also, different types of artists, right? So feel free to join that Discord and you can share your work there and we can like review it and do all that fun stuff. And at some point I want to build up, this is my 3rd month of streaming. We have a lot more of progress to go, right? We want to constantly improve. But I do want to put in a system where if you donate money, we can like edit your photo on stream, stuff like that. Fun stuff. But yeah, Bent Rolls, I didn't really ever do portrait. I was more of a wildlife photographer and travel photography. And then the past 3 years, I've shifted more towards video. So right now, that's what you're watching is a bunch of my shots that I've captured from the past 2 to 3 years. And I'm applying a third-party plugin called Dehancer. And I'm going to make a review video on Dehancer very shortly. So to make a proper one, I figured I'll stress test it with a bunch of my shots from all around the world. We do have a bit of portrait, but mostly it's actually no, most of the shots in this exercise has been like portrait kind of shots. Black Fox says hi. Yo, Black Fox. We were just editing some fox, not a black one. Oh man, I really wanted to see. I might have actually seen a black fox when I was in Hokkaido. It was like late at night. And it crossed the road and it was gone in an instant. But there was like, I think it's called a black fox. There was like, you have your red fox and then a local was saying there was like this kind of hybrid or some, you know, unique style colored fox that's really rare to see. And I'm pretty sure we saw it. That grade is wild. Which one were we on? Oh, this one? I haven't really done much on this one yet. This is just as is. I'm just adjusting the colors. We're just kind of correcting a bit now. But thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm fairly new. I would call myself like amateur / intermediate when it comes to color grading, right? I've been spending more time in the past a few months now of like trying to understand proper color grading methodologies and stuff. But in terms of video editing stuff, I've been doing it now for about 2 to 3 years for like these long form DaVinci Resolve video stuff. And I was just mentioning, so Dehancer reached out to me to see if I'd be willing to test out their product. So I'm working towards a product review of Dehancer. So I've been trying to use it across all of my shots here, where I'm trying to do the entire color grading with Dehancer. So that's our kind of fun little challenge. So I'm not really touching any of my other nodes here. We'll see. Silver foxes can be partially black. Okay. I don't know what... Actually, let me look this up. Hokkaido, different types of fox. Is it foxes? Fox. So yeah, I saw the Ezo red fox. Come on, give me a... Hokkaido fox breeds? Species. Okay, we're not going to find it this way. Let's ask ChatGPT. In Hokkaido, can you tell me the different types of fox that you can see there? I know there's the Ezo red fox, but I swear we saw like some kind of hybrid or some like very dark colored fox as well. And one of the locals had mentioned there are different species of fox there to see. That's way more professional than my grades. I usually focus on realism.
Hokkaido, the main fox you're going to see is definitely the Ezo red fox. That's kind of the most common one. But there's a lot of natural variation in their fur color, so some of them can be darker. You might see ones that are kind of like a cross phase where they're a bit of a mix of colors. And locals sometimes refer to them as different types or variations, but they're again only considered the same species with just a range of color morphs. So yeah, you definitely spotted one of those cool darker variations, and it's all part of a lovely fox family.
But are they all just called red foxes? Or is there not another type?
Yeah, pretty much they're all considered red foxes. It's just that you get these different color variations that pop up in Hokkaido, so even the darker ones or the cross-phase ones are still just different forms of the same species. But yeah, you definitely get to see a nice little variety of them out there.
Okay, that was a disappointing answer. Black, you said Black Fox, I should say. I usually focus on realism and usually have a color checker so that I don't have to do much work. Interesting. Okay. Well, the fact that you're doing that is already more levels above what I even understand. So I don't necessarily use a color checker. So, but we've been watching a lot of videos. I've been testing out, again, like I said, Dehancer is one of them for the creative look and feel. I did spend a lot of time to kind of reinvigorate my power grade structure here. So I'm trying my best to kind of maintain a proper flow of doing the color corrections leading into the color grading, and then using certain DCTLs and ways to kind of keep improving, I guess, the quality. But like I said, I don't want you to necessarily judge me by what you're watching me do right now, because like I said, I'm trying to do everything within just Dehancer just to see, you know, how interesting of a tool is this? How robust, or how can I necessarily use this tool? So in a world, I can see that if I continue using Dehancer this way, I could technically do the entire color grading process within just this single node, which is very impressive, at least for me as a amateur, whatever, intermediate shooter. But yeah, with wildlife, it is a bit trickier, I found. Initially, I thought, like, I don't know if Dehancer is going to be very good for my style of shooting, because generally speaking, I capture a lot of wildlife, right? So my passion, I guess, or one of my key interests is around, wildlife photography, videography, stuff like that. So then, in the same way, I guess what you're talking about, Black Fox, generally speaking, at least when it came to the photography side, you didn't want to overdo the edits, because you wanted to maintain a bit of like a more of a natural look and feel to the animals, right? Because you're shooting something in nature, you want it to look natural, not like some kind of artistic posing, whatever. So I assumed when it comes to video editing as well, I probably won't want to stretch too much on the creative side for the animals. However, I was kind of surprised with how good Dehancer has been with my wildlife shots. So this one I'm kind of struggling with just because it's a very, very low light situation and it's a lot of like snowy environments. But maybe what I'll do is let me just hop to the beginning of this. So these are all the shots that we've edited so far with Dehancer. So you can see the before and afters here. Now this one is the one I wanted to show real quick. So here's the before. Just like a, shooting in the jungle, usually kind of a low light situation in the jungle. But I was again pleasantly surprised that with the edits, it still maintained a bit of natural look and feel, and it was a lot of just like being able to drop the lighting, the exposure, retaining some of the reds here. Nice shade of green in my opinion for like the style that I like to shoot. So that turned out nice. And then we had some like cultural shots, so this also turned out really cool. So here's the before. And by the way, I usually like all the before shots. It's just, I shoot with mostly the Nikon Z9, Z6 III nowadays, hopefully with the ZR soon. And the quality tends to be very, very nice and raw. But using the Dehancer, I really like it. I've been enjoying the plays with it. Yo, BD, good day, good to see you. BD said, also, I saw your message. I'll get to it in a bit. Been running around. No worries at all. No worries. Black Fox, you said, I haven't gotten into plugins for Resolve yet, so I just work with the basic studio version. I mainly work in the Fusion. Oh, wow, you do Fusion stuff. I try not to touch it, to be honest. Yeah, sometimes I download templates that use Fusion, and then I try to retroactively figure out how I can edit with it. But yeah, I haven't gotten that far yet. There are some interesting plugins that I've been recommended, and a few other people in our community who are like proper filmmakers, Beatty being one of them, being in like the film industry, whatever. Some of them had recommended a few that are useful. So there's something called mono nodes that you can download. This one you have to pay for it, but they do have these like different DCTLs, I guess, which count as plugins. And they can do a bit more selective editing to your colors, your saturation, your hues, your density, things like that. And then there's a free DCTL that I downloaded for like the output transform when you shift it into like Rec 709, called the JP_2499_DRT. Shade Master Jade. Hello, Shade Master Jade. Epic name, says hello there. Well, thanks for being here, Shade Master Jade. I just like saying that. SMJ. Mark, you say, which ND filter do you use? Oh, I can show you, actually. Hold on. Oh, I guess I could just use this as a way to do close-ups. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. I use the... Although I don't have enough light here to do a good job, I think. Here, let me block Nala's face. I use the Polar Pro ND filters, the variable NDs. So I actually have a variable ND attached to my lens right now, the one that's shooting. But yeah, these guys. Oops, sorry, Nala. So usually I use the ones that are like 2 to 5 stops, I think. And it's like my favorite thing, this ND filter, because it's magnetic, so it just kind of... It's got a really cool mechanism. So basically from here it magnetizes to the front of your lens, and then you twist it once and it locks in place. And then you press these 2 buttons on the side, twist it, and take it off. Very, very intuitive. But yeah. But yes, hello Shade Master Jade. Hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for being here. And thanks again to Black Fox and Beatty and Markman. We got some fun people in the chat. I haven't gotten into wildlife yet, and I doubt my rig is built for travel or wildlife. You know what? These days, I feel like with just a smartphone, you can absolutely get some really crazy, amazing photos and videos, right? Especially you get some super stable shots. You can shoot now in, like, for instance, with the iPhone, you can shoot an Apple log. I actually have an ND filter, a variable ND filter for the front of my iPhone as well. I've used a few, actually. I did like a quick partnership with someone called, a company called Sandmark. They have some excellent gear for that. Also, Polar Pro has some as well. So you can actually do a whole film. You can do some really cool stuff with just a smartphone these days. Now, obviously, I recommend shooting with the more fancy equipments, but I would say there's no better time than now to be able to like create the coolest things and be an artist, if you will, without necessarily having the budget like you might have in the past. Shade, you said, wish I could be good at cinematography and see if you can get an affiliate link. Is that what you said, Mark? For Polar Pro, you know what? I do, kind of. Thank you. Let me plug myself real quick. So I just put something in the chat. It's a link to my website. On that website, you'll see a list of all the gear that I use right now. Generally speaking, it should be up to date. I do have affiliate access to bnhphotovideo.com and Amazon. So I believe have a link that goes to B&H. So technically, while I don't necessarily directly work with Polar Pro, that is one way that I do have an affiliate status, I guess. Just not with them directly. Blackfox said, my main rig is quite bulky, between 9 to 12 kg, and has a max ISO of 800. Gotcha. Wow. 9 to 12 kg. I usually travel really bulky. Like my backpacks are always way overweight on the flights. And like my biggest lens is above me. That's like the 400 2.8. And oh, it's a beast. But yeah, it's always a workout when I shoot and travel. I will say, if you want to get into wildlife, there is a level of like strength, I guess, that's required. Like, or not necessarily, but it is one of those things where you're probably using a lot of telephoto lenses. So unless you're always like making sure you have like bean bags or monopods or tripods, you're going to be at times having to lift it up and carry it. Also, it's in nature, so you might be hiking to get to your location. So yeah, it is like, it's not for everyone. There's a bit of like a gatekeeping, I guess. Beatty says, I worked on some shot on iPhone commission projects. I wanted to pull all my hair out. Glad those haven't come up in a bit. Yeah, I know, man, I want to watch the 28 years later. I still haven't seen it yet. But I know there's like some scene there where they said they shot it all on iPhone. But the things that they don't mention is like, yeah, you shot it with iPhones, but then you shot it in perfect lighting. You had this expensive rig, and you had like all these other additional accessories that allowed you to get some like super Hollywood level stuff. But hey, Dehancer, I stand by it so far. It definitely gives me I don't know if Hollywood look would be the right way to say it, but the fact that I can end up with some really cool results with just a single plugin for my entire color grading process is fantastic. So I'm very excited to put this video together. I am genuinely like, I think this is an excellent tool. Now, people like Beatty and like the people who are in the industry, I think someone actually even mentioned the other program that people use in the industry where it's like levels above Dehancer. I just forget what it was called because it was way too expensive. Actually, Beatty, maybe you're the one who mentioned it to me. It was like some kind of film emulation software, but it cost like $10,000 or something. Black Foxy said no autofocus. That rig is with the 1 kg prime lens. Wow. Wait, what are you shooting with? Why does this sound so epic? It almost sounds like you're shooting with like vintage, you know, those things where you gotta hide under the tunnel and put the cloth over for darkness, and then you gotta like crank a machine or something. How do you have that? iPhone is now cinema, so that means so is the ZR. Yes. It is a cinema camera, right? So, very cinematic grade. Thank you. We might or might not have 2-ton grip and lighting packages for our endeavors. 2-ton grip? What does that even mean? Live grain is what is usually used. Okay, I think that's the one. Blackmagic Ursa 4K V2 up to 4K 120 12-bit. Oh, that sounds awesome. Wait, how is that? How does that compare to... Is it a Blackmagic? Fedorevsky in the chat had mentioned he uses like something called... Was it like something like Pixie 12K or something like that? What am I thinking of? It was like a 12K camera. I was like, what? Live grain. I think it was live grain, yeah. So we got some really cool shots. Thank you guys for sticking with me, because I've been doing this. I thought I would be done with this in like 2 days, but I think it's been a solid week that I've been working through all these shots. It's been my own fault, because obviously I'm very slow, but I kept adding more video clips to edit over time. So we did end up with a lot of cool shots though, but it just means that the editing process will take a bit longer. Now, this is one of those that I'm trying to hand over to an editor to be able to test their skills, but also, you know, this is the next project I'm working on, so we'll see. A lot of the shots I think I'm using are from Vietnam, mostly. A few from Uganda. These are from Colombia. Another Vietnam. Yeah, so we're heavy on Vietnam. Then we got our Mongolia shots. So this one's also a nice moment here. And of course we have our epic blizzard. I think this will be maybe the only black and white shot that we tested. Mark, you said love your compositions on your videos. I'm still working on getting better with mine. Yo, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Well, listen, we can learn together on, you know, in terms of improving. Because, yeah, there's like so much more that I need to understand, right? So that's the whole point of these streams, right? Obviously, I'm sharing the behind the scenes of how do I actually make my videos, how do I learn, how do I just, yeah, do things in the space. So, but thank you for saying that. Now we got our Mongolia Blizzard shot. It's the 12-year-old version of that. Oh, the Pix, was it called the Pixis? Is that what he called it? I don't know why I'm spacing on the name. BD says, I was talking about shot on iPhone Apple commission projects. Oh, they did that. We had full grip and lighting and DIT and crew, LMAO. Oh, I see. So it's like you have your iPhone, but then it's like surrounded by every other thing. It was for an Usher video. Oh, Usher, he's not the one that's controversial, right? That's Diddy. Usher's fine, right? there's no weird stuff with him, I don't think. But who knows? All these guys are... They always disappoint you, you know? Those celebrities. Okay, so we got our Mongolia shots. Although this one, I guess I wasn't paying it close enough attention. There's that little bit of a lens flare here that looks weird. I wonder if that can be just taken care of if I remove the halation and bloom, maybe? I don't know. No, it's just there. Is it always just there? Oh, I guess it was always there. Okay, whatever. This one, maybe I should turn off the halation. I think that's a little bit too much, right? Yeah. I don't think I edited this one. Did we skip this one? Or is this actually it? Oh, we did. Okay, okay. I guess that's why it's a bit more of a natural look. Usher discovered Justin Bieber, so who knows? Oh, yeah, there was something to do with Usher and Diddy, right? Or, wait, what am I thinking of? I thought I saw some clips. Not like negative about Usher, I don't think. It was more just Diddy stuff, I guess. We got our nice little Uganda shots as well. Zimbabwe. And like I said, right now I'm only color grading with Dehancer. So I guess technically if I were to do a proper job of this, I would want to remove, I would want to do a bit more selective color grading, or, you know, getting the red out of the eyes a bit better. But I don't, it would just take too much work for me to try to figure that out in Dehancer, or like to mask, create a node just to mask for those things, I think. So. So this one we edited today. This one as well. So yeah, we get some little happy-go-lucky shots. These are usually like my favorite things to film and photograph. It's just like candid people moments, I guess, or like locals. I don't really like doing portrait photography, or like for what do you call it, like model shoots or like post stuff. I don't have enough experience. I don't have enough creativity in that space to even think about doing cool shots. I think if you have the experience, doing like portrait photography in that space would be really fun, especially if you have your own studio or something. My bread and butter, or what I enjoy, is like when you're out in the world and you capture these like candid moments of especially children, but like, you know, locals just doing their thing. Those are always fun. And obviously wildlife. Then we had some of these clips. Although they're super, super shaky, so I don't know exactly how much of this can be used. And thankfully this one, it just looked nice because it was just good lighting. It was early morning, so you got a little bit of that nice sunrise golden hour colors. The snow obviously reflects a lot of the cool tones, but then the dude was holding like this little light bulb, so it just added nice, yeah. And then we get our red fox, Mr. Black Fox. BD said, yesterday was so frustrating, I'm still trying to process. What do you mean? I'm assuming work related, but yeah. Yo, what's up, King Crook? King says it'd be fun to wrestle the lion. Fun for whom? What's stopping you, King? Good to see you, man. Hopefully you're doing well. So we're almost done. We're at the finish line. I'm just kind of recapping some of the ones that we've worked on to date. So all of this, we need to fit it into our montage. We got our cute little squirrel in the snow. Another one. And then we've got our little... Oh yeah, I think this is the one we're on, right? Yeah. Right, slow down. BD said from work? Gotcha. Ooh, here. Let me take a moment as we catch up, and also I just want to keep testing this out. I'm a man of repetition, basically. Where's the song? Alright, so this is the song. It's called Voyager. It's on that Musicbed. And like I said, hopefully, in the next day or so, I should have a discount code, affiliate link, and all that with Musicbed. So, yeah, I'll be definitely promoting the shit out of that in a bit. Finally found music for a video after 3 hours. Yo, Black Fox. Good timing, because I was just talking about music. So Musicbed is now my new sound library. So they had reached out to me recently to see if I'd be interested in testing out Musicbed. And then I loved it so much that now I am going to be part of their program. And so all the music here is like stuff that I've been downloading from their platform. Now, for this upcoming Dehancer review video, I did find a potential song that I think could work for this upcoming video. Now, there's like about 13-14 seconds in the beginning where it kind of builds up slowly. So in that slow build up is when I would say a few lines about the problem statement, if you will. And then with my last word, it would then kick into the like a 40-second trailer montage where we'll put together all of the best shots that I've edited with Dehancer, kind of lay them out in a nice sequence, and then it comes to an end and we fade to black with the title, and it comes back to me in my home studio as I talk to the camera about blah, 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 and then we do a proper review of Dehancer and a walkthrough. So here's the song though, and I want to kind of play it out so I can test the cadence and everything as well. So here's my first line that I need to say in line with this. Let's turn down the audio maybe. Here we go. I've been chasing a look that lets my travel stories breathe, that turns pixels into feeling and footage into film. And I think I found a way with one tool in my grade. Let me show you the world of Dehancer. So somewhere, yeah, either I have to speed it up or slow it down, we'll figure it out. And then here, obviously, this is the nice build-up music. So you can imagine all the shots that we've been grading shows up here. So now we're at about 52 seconds in. So then here I'll probably fade the music down and then jump back to me in the studio as I say, hey guys, blah, 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 blah. And we continue with the video. But that's kind of the vision I have in my head so far or what this, yeah, that'll be like the opening hook is what I'm thinking right now. But yeah, Musicbed, there's so many excellent music here in terms of like, you know, whether it's like the cinematic stuff or the stream playlist that I'm putting together. Beatty, you said, let me just put the music back on. Beatty says yesterday was dedicated to dialing in scenes for our performer this week, and they are lovely and use plug-in processing live compared to hardware or onboard processing. Well, I can tell by your emote you're saying, how dare they not know, or how dare they use this instead of that? Meanwhile, I'm just like staring blankly at whatever I just said out loud because I don't know what half of that meant. Actually, no, I'm lying. I don't know what any of that meant. But it sounds like they should know better. How dare they? Shade says Musicbed does some film challenges too, I think. Oh, do they really? I would love to try to do those. Because prior to Musicbed, and I still want to use them, but I use lens distortion. And lens distortion's also really cinematic with their songs. If you go to my YouTube channel, a lot of the most recent videos that I've made, especially like the kind of cinematic trailer stuff, those are most likely with lens distortions as the background music. But they don't do these kind of challenges things, or they didn't want to work with me anyways. It is what it is. Black Fox says, I like the music by Scott Buckley. Who's Scott Buckley? I probably can't play. I do my best to not play things that'll get me copyright struck, but Scott Buckley is an Australian composer. Oh, he's got his own cinematic original music. Well, obviously, he's a musician, but is this like one of those guys who like gives his music away for free or like makes a bunch of stuff for people to use? It is nice. Just as long as you credit me. Oh man, yeah, Black Fox. There was someone else in my chat, this is like weeks ago, who also gave a suggestion of some artist who does something similar, right? Where they make music for free. I think it's like a real artist. I say real, but like some like popular musician who nowadays just makes background music for people. That's really cool. Well, like I said, now that I'm working with Musicbed, obviously I want to promote the shit out of them. I want to use them more often. Black Fox says, sorry, I can't hear you. Ad break. No worries. Thank you for watching those ads and putting coins in my pocket. Smiley face. Okay, let's finish the edit on this one.
We have everything we need right here in this moment.
Okay, this is probably good enough, is what I'll say. Not my best work, but this is only for the trailer anyways. Just that little dust off the snow moment. Man, getting this shot though was kind of crazy, because I've explained this on the stream before, but basically I was on the bottom of this tree, lying on my back in the snow. It was freezing my ass off, and my back. And then I was just pointing my, I think it was my 85mm f1.2 lens straight upwards, because there's a hole where there's like 3 of these squirrels, the flying dwarf squirrels, living there, and you're just waiting. You don't get any warnings. It just, if it decides to pop out, you better be ready. And it was kind of fun because you see it poked its head through, and I was just like, I wasn't expecting it. I'm trying not to move, and we make eye contact, and I'm like being deathly still because I don't want to be the reason that it runs away or whatever. Because I had other photographers with me. Like I took a few clients with me. and then it went up on this tiny little ledge, and I was slowly trying to shift my camera to position it, and then I did a bit of film, a bit of photos, but yeah. And these dudes fly. It looks so cool. I wasn't super successful in getting clean photos or videos of it though, but that's why I want to go back. So I am planning to organize a tour back to Hokkaido, most likely end of next year. I just don't have enough time. I stretched myself too thin for the start of next year. Black Fox, you said, I'm back. What were you saying again? I don't remember. What was I saying? I don't know when you were gone. But yeah, I think I was just saying something about the Scott Buckley. I was like, oh, okay. It seems like I think someone else in chat had mentioned one of these artists who give their music away for free, or like they make music for people to use in like background and sound effect stuff, whatever. Which I think is really cool. But in my opinion, obviously, now that I'm working with Musicbed, I want to promote the shit out of them is what I was saying. But free is free. And if the quality's good, that's great. Alright, so I'm just darkening, I'm just lowering the exposure. About like 1.5 stops or so. And then the rest we leave up to Dehancer. Man, I'm so hungry. BD, you said it's really a matter of preference for live processing. There are these DSPs. What does DSP stand for? Digital Sound Platform. Digital space providers. Digital sound providers. I couldn't even tell you which of those letters I feel more confident about in terms of what it stands for. Digital tends to be a good one, right, for the D. But then you're talking about audio stuff, so sound kind of makes sense for the S. And then P, would it be like platform, provider? I feel like ISP, what does ISP stand for? Service provider? Oh, is it a digital service provider? Damn it. Oh no, I got the digital right though. Okay. I salvaged it somehow. There are these DSPs, digital signal processors, that Waves builds that run their audio plugin for live environments. Waves developed some of the most popular audio and music processing and virtual instrument plugins. Some live mixers like using these Waves DSPs to replicate the performer gets in the studio. Oh, replicate the performance that performers get in the studio using those plugins. But the problem is that it is software at the end of the day. Okay. You don't like software plugins in a live environment as someone who is ensuring stability in every technical aspect. Fair enough. Even though dedicated outboard hardware is annoying, I much rather prefer performers achieve their sound that way compared to plugins running live. I get what you're saying. So instead of like simulating, instead of like simulating it, you would rather the real thing. This one looks nice. Astrum color negative. The colors on the coat don't necessarily match up, but it feels a bit more. Yeah, I kind of like this look. But I probably want to go with something that makes the red stand out. Basically, a piece of hardware whose purpose is to run a piece of software only. Gotcha. This one looks nice. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with that one. The Konica Superia. And then we'll work from there. Yeah. I don't think I've used that one either. What did I call it? Konica Centuria? Yeah. I think that's the one. Damn it. I just said the word out loud. How did I forget? Yeah, I think it was the Konica Centuria. I just like the blues a bit more. Granted, the wave servers have gotten a lot better over the years, but still the underlying foundations I don't particularly like at the end of the day. The day of the day. Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, since you're in, you know, as a professional, I assume you have higher standards in terms of like the quality that you can put your name behind, right? Or if it's like, yeah, if your name is associated with whatever gets created, I'm assuming you'll be more picky that it's of the best standard. You know what? I tend to prefer shots that are a bit darker. So like here, I do like the separation. Get a bit more dark surrounding the fox. But I'm also open to just trying different styles, you know? And there's something also nice about this more like brighter shot all around. Yeah, not everything has to always look super moody, I guess. Maybe I should go with this. I'll go with this. So we're going to go with slightly brighter background than the one I was looking at before. And then the question is, do I want to go cool or warm with it? You know what? I kind of like the cool tones. I'm not going to lie. Or probably not too much. Stop it like here. All right, let's attach the film grain. All right, let's check this out. Oh, and then this is going to be one of our... It's going to lead to one of the coolest shots. One of the best photos I took from that trip. Just because the fox ended up posing right in front of me. Eye level. I was already on the ground. So I had a really cool angle for the fox. Let's slow this to 20% speed. All right, let's check it out. You said, but also that comes from a bigger issue or problem that comes with the access we have today with technology and creativity. Fair enough. Yeah, I agree. Which I do appreciate that everybody has the freedom. Sid Vicious. Oh, Sid, thank you for the follow. Is it the same Sid? Or is this like Surid? Or someone else? Completely new. Either way, thank you. You said, which I do appreciate that everybody has the freedom to create and distribute essentially, but that also comes with a lot of foundational skills or learning or methodology that they don't get taught. Yeah, I make that point a few, I mean, not all the time, but I do raise that point quite a bit. I think we actually brought it up today because when L at the beginning of the stream was asking about choosing between the mirrorless versus the D800, like a mirrorless versus a DSLR, let's say. Yeah, I feel like in some ways I'm very lucky to live now with the technology that exists because it allowed me to pick up photography as a hobby, right? I didn't have to go to school. Same thing. Here I am trying to learn about filmmaking and like doing a, you know, spending time actually trying to be as proper with it as possible. And that would never have been possible back in the day unless you went to film school, I'm assuming. Just because like the access to this type of technology would have been super hard to achieve, or even the learning tools. So yeah, while I appreciate the time that we live in, I agree with what you're saying that you can end up shortcutting all of the actual fundamental knowledge that is necessary to have like a proper framework of like thinking, or I guess the mindset of, yeah, what is the fundamental approach? And that's where I did raise what I've been focusing on in this past month, ever since I came back from that trip where I made my short film of the chimpanzees, I've been absolutely trying to dedicate time to actually understand the workflow of someone who is a professional in the space, whether you're like a colorist or whatever it is, right? So, because then eventually I don't want to keep using that as a crutch or as an excuse of like, oh, this, this doesn't look that good. It's just because I'm a new, whatever. I've never learned it. It's like that shouldn't be a good enough excuse for why your video is shitty. So anyways, this is the shot that we ultimately took a photo of this. Oh man, I haven't touched Lightroom in a while. All right, let's go back to some of the photos that we edited. So we had a bunch of foxes. And then, oh yeah, I did create a preset off of at least one of these shots. It's not for sale yet because I'm waiting to create a bunch more and then we'll update our presets on our website. But where is the money shots? Oh yeah, here we go. Peaceful little fox just chilling. Yeah, I happened to already be on the ground because the fox, it looked like was going to be walking away. And then it decided to just kind of turn around, park itself right here. And so I had I think this is with the 85mm lens. Yeah, 85 1.2. Did I shoot at 1.2? I did. Man. Sometimes you gotta go bold with it. So now we have the video version, although the colors are quite different. One thing I don't like, apparently, I just noticed is the blue of the shadow, just because of the angle, it almost makes it look like it's some kind of distortion or whatever, but it is just the shadow. It just happens to be a very dark tone. So I'm not sure if I like that. Maybe we need to reduce the density. And it is only for that section there though, so let me think about it. It's just like one of those very unfortunate angles where you just get a tiny sliver, so it almost looks like it's some weird effect on the fringe of this shot. I don't know. Well, what can we do? What can we do? Is there a way to... It kind of helps, but obviously has some... You know what? We're going to keep it. Because obviously once we get to this Japan trip, I'm going to be recolor grading everything. This is for our product video, so... Alright, next shot. Wait, did I stabilize this already? I did not. Let me stabilize this. You know what? I haven't pet Kimpop on stream yet. My bad. I don't mean to ignore you, but big buddy. He's also been getting a bit fatter because I finally found a solution to get him not to throw up all the time. I got another big slow feeding food tray that he struggles with, so. Good boy. Good boy. Oh, we're chubby there. And in the meantime, I don't know if I've lost weight yet, but I've kept with it. So just in terms of accountability, I went to the gym this morning. So right now I'm kind of pacing at about one every other day. So every other day I go to the gym, trying to get back into some semblance of fitness. So yeah. Jesus, this one's taking forever to stabilize. There we go. all of that just for that tiny bit of stabilization. Jeez. Let's check it out. King says, looking large and in charge, Joe Bell. You're talking about my cat, though, right? Yeah, he's definitely gotten a bit bigger. I haven't put myself on a diet, per se, just yet. I'm just trying to... If anything, I'm trying not to diet too much. Because I'm trying to build some muscle back up. And then hopefully once that's going, our metabolism will get back to normal. And yeah, we'll see. Beautiful fox. Man, we have so much good shots from this trip. It's really on me. I mean, that's one of my failings so far, I would say, of this year. I keep falling into the same mistake of stretching myself too thin. I feel like I've improved, but I still do it. And I don't do it always. But one of those moments has definitely been, you know, picking up live streaming at the same time I'm trying to build up the YouTube channel. At the same time, I was still doing a few projects here and there. At the same time that I'm still trying to organize tours for next year. So yeah. This Japan trip just ended up... It was a bit tougher when it came to like just negotiating a few things in terms of costing for the trip. Just because, you know... I would need someone who speaks Japanese just for that extra level of confidence. If someone's joining me on this tour, to have a level of professionalism. I don't want people to be like, oh, there's no one on this tour that speaks Japanese and the tour leader is fumbling around not knowing what's going on. So I got away with it this first time this year because one of the people I went with, he's like he speaks Japanese fairly fluently. But yeah, in a world where I did dedicate properly, I would be able to take all these videos that I have of Japan, turn it into a nice trailer, put it on my website, put some ad dollars behind it, and then people would be like, yo, sign me up for this tour. What? You get to see all these crazy animals? Alright, good footage. Although, you know what? Let me cut this, because it's a bit unnecessary. Actually, I basically kept it all. Whatever. No way. 3 more footage? And we're done? It was bound to happen eventually. Vietnam? Iraq? What? Battlefield. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be a cool shot. Get a nice slow motion as it's walking closer. And we kept focus decently well for a while, and then obviously it got too close. Black Fox says, I recently had a project when I had a smudge on the lens and I had somehow huge diagonal flares and I'm really annoyed about it. Oh, I thought you were about to say the other way. It's like, oh, you accidentally created some really cool artistic flare. Well, that's basically Black Fox. That's what I would bullshit my way into saying like, oh, that was intentional. You know, I put that there for a reason, for some creative look. BD said reading today is gross. What is basically 75% of what you do, BD, in terms of your day-to-day routine is so foreign to me that I have no idea what that means. I need to learn these terminology. So what do you mean by reading today? As in like, is reading just another word for rehearsal? Or like, are people rehearsing their lines or something? Mindful, what's up, Mindful? Mindful says, back to the edit. Photos for me today while I wait for my ZR shipments. Mindful, remind me, were you the one that said you were having 2 ZRs being shipped to you? But yeah, I am also back to the edit. I'm almost done though. I have 3. This is 3 last clips to color grade and Dehancer, and then we have it all. And then I probably will call it the end of the stream because it's already 10:30 and I haven't eaten dinner yet. Womp womp. But this is a cool shot, so I'm excited to see what we can do with it. You have 2 coming today? Oh my god. Are you constantly checking the shipping status and stuff? I would do that. BD says, man, what are you gonna do with 2 cameras right away? Let me think. What would I do? I would first take a photo of it to commemorate. Yeah, you're gonna have so much fun, I guess. Yeah, with having to go through all the settings and like properly calibrate it, and yeah. I think what I'm most excited for is finally testing like how you can create your own LUTs. I believe you can create your own LUTs and then put it in as your view assist. I'm excited to do that. Black Fox. Oh, hold on. I missed a few things. BD says, also I like the color on this one. BD says, I usually take every other day to catch up on what is happening in the industry. Oh, like actual reading. Okay. You tricked me into thinking that was like some term for like something you guys do in that space. You're reading on the industry for potentially influencing your future strategies. Gotcha. Oh, that's a smart thing to do. I should do that as well. Black Fox says, or asks, wait, may I ask where you're from? You may ask if you donate $50. I'm originally from the States. My family's from Korea. I was born and raised in the States though. And I grew up in the Southwest. I studied in the Midwest, and then I worked in the Bay Area before I moved out to Dubai. So now I've been in Dubai for a number of years, but that's my kind of history, if you will. But I'm more American than Korean. Ooh, I like the reds on this one. Cine's still 800. Mindful says, sadly, I purchased 2 terabyte OWC. I have one of these OWC Thunderbolt docks. OWC, I didn't know they make CF Express Type B cards. Wait, are they like high quality? I'm using the Pro grades and I've never had issues with them. I know some people have issues with some of the other brands. I just can't remember which one it was. I'm assuming if you bought it, it must be really good though. Mindful says, dude, I'm following those trucks down the road. Oh, by the way, I forget if... well, because I'm going to keep repeating myself and showing it off, but I have updated one of my cameras, so I'm using my Nikon Z9 to be my cat camera. So now that we've put this desk bed next to me, so it's attached to my desk, and occasionally Nala will chill there, and we've got a 24-70 lens propped onto it with a variable ND filter attached on top, or in front of the lens. And it's definitely not an overkill use of my Z9. Who would even suggest that? Would you suggest that, Nala? Yeah, thought so. BD says, how people are moving currently in your industry. Gotcha. You can only see your LUTs in R3D. Yeah. But that's not an issue for me, Mindful, because like I'm just kind of assuming I'm always going to be shooting in R3D for the most part, unless there's some live streaming purposes. But if I can put the LUT as part of my view assist, then I should be able to just live stream in R3D, technically. Again, that's probably overkill as well, but I don't know. It just depends on the situation. But you can't do it in H.265 from what I understand, or in the other RAW formats. Gotcha. King says, I pre-ordered 5. 3 for me and 2 to gift. Ooh, are you going to gift it to me? You know, gifting is a part of the streaming universe, right? Although I guess you gift to other subbers or something. I don't know. But King, are you actually ordering 5? That sounds insane. What I would say, King, is return 2 of them. No. Return 1 of them. And with that refund, you should then gift... You're already going to gift it anyway, so you should gift the money to me instead. Just a consideration. Mindful says OWC is top end and on the Nikon approved list. Okay. The V4. Let me look this up. OWC V4 CF Express Type B. OWC, this one. So this is what I use. I use the Pro grades. Read write speed. Okay, so the OWC is faster. Wow, 3650 and 3000. And it's somehow cheaper. Oh wait, no, is this because it's on eBay? Gotcha. Okay, does it... Let me see. OWC. Oh, it's a card reader. Hold on, let me find the... OWC... what do you call it? V4. Yo, F me says, sup yo, it's been a minute. Oh, it's been way more than a minute. Do you not know how to count? Or tell time, F me? What's up, man? It has been a while. Good to see you. Express Type B. Was Type C. What am I doing? Mindful says, you are probably the only person on YouTube using a Z9 to have a cat camera. Exactly. Listen, now that I'm trying to... Oh, hold on. Does it not sell it here? OWC CF Express Type B. There it is. Okay. 1 terabyte cards is 270 bucks. Oh, Black Friday's coming up, right? Should I just buy some memory cards? And then Pro Grade CF Express Type. That's just one word, right? 1 terabyte. So 270 versus 330. So I'm paying more money. Oh, look though. Look. It says red certified. Ha ha ha. Oh, actually, I think it's fairly comparable. Max write speed 3000. Okay. I mean, listen, I really like my Pro grades, or they haven't let me down so far, so I have no need, unless there's going to be some drastic difference. But yeah. Either way, it sounds like it's high quality is the point. Mindful, you said you're the only person on YouTube using a Z9 to have a cat camera. Yes, so one thing I'm learning, as I'm trying to immerse myself, embrace being a content creator, it is all about trying to find ways to be different. How do you stand out? And I was joking kind of, but I think one of the ways you could stand out is by being super absurd and overkilling with some of the quality of what you're doing for what it's for. So who the hell would consider, putting like a very... I'm even thinking of popping in like a... I'm thinking of buying a 35 1.2 lens because I loved it so much for that chimpanzee project. But I can also use like a 50 millimeter 1.2. So imagine I'll put it like, where is it? So this is about 50 millimeters. So it might be a little bit too punched in. That's what I'm thinking. If I use a 35 millimeter. So this is about 35 millimeters, right? So if I can attach a 35 millimeter f1.2 as a cat camera, come on, right? That's one way to stand out. And then that's why I'm saying I need to replace this other camera. Oh, there you are, Nala. And I was thinking maybe I'll put a camera up on the top of my bookshelf for like an overhead view at times that we can switch between. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Mindful says the purple ones. Yeah, that looked cool though. FMe says not with my shoes and socks on. I need my toes to help count. Gotcha. Well, at least you can count to at least 20. I hope. King says I then ordered a 6th one, and the last one I ordered I received. Waiting on the other. Wait, you're being serious? Wow. Yo, King, how do you have that kind of money to buy 6 cameras? And where's that money why is it not being funneled over to the stream? Think about it. Just think about it. Mindful says both are on the approved list. I was going to get the 2 terabyte. Yeah, that's my next step is I'm going to be getting the 2 terabytes. You ran into a deal on the 2 terabyte OWC? Nice, nice. Well, congrats. I'm excited for all of you guys to get your ZRs. I'm still waiting for mine. And again, it's kind of pathetic. You know what? I shouldn't say that. But it is kind of funny to think that the first use case, once I get my ZR, because I have no travels planned for the rest of the year for now. My first use case is going to be for my live stream as part of the cat camera system. That is not probably what they thought the camera would be used for. I think I want something that kind of embraces the red of the fox. So, but also I'm trying to figure out, can I do it? Should I go with something where it separates the red of the fox fur from the red or the warmth in the grass behind? So, because in some ways, some of these, it kind of blends in together, which maybe is not the best. And again, if I wasn't just color grading within Dehancer, obviously you can do a bit more masking, but we're trying our best to do everything within. Mindful, oh no. King says, I ordered the red CFast B cards and reader. I also have a 4 terabyte. They make 4 terabytes? Wait, hold on. I'm getting a bit distracted, but I'm learning here. What is the red CFast B card? Oh, it's like the actual one's some red. How good are these guys? How does red CF Express Type B card compare to ProGrade CF Express Type B? ProGrade offer higher speed and reliability than older reds with newer CF Express models from ProGrade. Okay, so there's some newer versions of ProGrade that could be better than the older versions of the red cards, maybe? ProGrade is often cited as a top choice due to its performance, reliability, and features like low power consumption and the Refresh Pro software. There's some kind of software for this? I didn't know that. Well, either way, sounds like you got... Wait, what's the other thing you said? You have a 4 terabyte Kiperti? 4 terabyte Kipertier. Kiperti. I think Kipertier sounds better, though. Holy Christ. Almost $2,000. Why does this cost almost as much as the freaking Nikon ZR? What is this? CF Express Type B... Kiperti. 4 terabyte storage. Okay. That is impressive. But then the read-write... Oh, sustained. So maybe something to do with the term sustained? Because I know the other ones usually says max read-write speeds. This one has a sustained read speed of 3100. Wow. I didn't know they make cards that cost that much. Holy Christ. Made in China. Mindful says you could call your donations kibble and then get Nikon to sponsor your cat cam. Yo, that's a... Yeah, I should do that. Give me some kibbles. Hit that like and subscribe and drop a kibble. I like that term, drop a kibble. Yo, are you in marketing or something? I like it. I just think there's a 2 terabyte CF Express on B&H for cheaper. Yeah, I need to get some of these 2 terabytes. I thought 1 terabyte was enough, but now that I'm getting more engrossed into the film world, I'm like, oof. They fill up quick. The red branded cards are made by Angelbird. I see. Oh, okay, okay. That's why it popped up earlier. Kiperti is designed to work on the moon. Yeah, if you could have waterproof, that'd be nice. See, I like this style. Obviously, it's stripping away the warmth of the coat, but I do kind of like this color style. What is it? Kodak Ektar 100. We've used that a few times. This one's not bad. This one's nice because it's desaturating the gravel, I guess, or the asphalt. So at least the warm tones stand out a bit on its own. So this is the Ultra Max 400. We'll keep that in mind. Okay, so Ultra Max. Right, let's start from the beginning. There's one. Oh. Where'd the music go? Are we done? I like this one. Yeah, so this is the one we saw before. So I'll probably go with that one. Cine Still 800T. Alright, let's do a little bit of a color boosting, just a bit. Yeah, perfect. They don't call it a red fox for nothing. Alright, we're going to increase that tonal range again. For whatever reason, I like when the tonal range is either maxed out or close to it. And then just dropping the white point or the impact. I think we'll go with the Fujifilm. Actually, I don't know. Because this one's got more of a chill vibe to it. It's a bit chillier, I guess. So it's more of an Arctic fox. But like I said, I tend to prefer like the more moody shots or a bit darker shots. And then this one is a bit too purple, but we can always adjust it. You know what? Let's go with this one. BD says the media cards that Venice uses and the newer codecs drives for the Alexa cameras are around $4,500 each. Wow, for 1 and 2 terabyte. Constantly feel like we need more, which is always a lovely way to see money disappear. Jesus. You know what? That makes me not feel so bad about how much I charge for my my group tours. Because holy Christ, that's a lot. Alright. I think we're finally done. Did I stabilize this already? Let's do it again just in case. King's saying to Mark, I see you busy getting that bag. Alright, let's check it out. Look at that, fox walking. Oh yeah, I guess we have to check for the stabilization, but so far it looks okay. So now, if I haven't used Topaz in a while, but this would be a good candidate for topaz, for like enhancing it, just to kind of get more sharpness on the eyes throughout. But like for this project, it's not that important. I think it looks good. Okay, are we almost at the end? Is this the last one? Okay, no, we got two more, plus I need to do one more chimp shot just in case. But these are one and the same, so we should be able to just carry it over. And I kind of struggle with these winter shots, if I'm being honest. When it comes to like these kind of Dehancer color grading looks, with these like super white snowy shots, I'm like, I don't really know. It's the same way I struggle with like the golden hour shots sometimes, where it's just like you got a warm tone across everything. It just kind of limits a bit of the creative choices sometimes. But like with the whites, it's more just like sometimes, unless I go with something that's pure white, kind of like this, you can quickly run into a situation where it's like, I feel like the highlights are clipped, or it turns like a super weird glowy color. What was you thinking? I don't write metaphors, I write meta fives. What a line. That's a banger. Don't even know what that means. Okay, we'll go with the Fuji color. Okay, this is good enough. All right, let's slow these down to 20% speed, and then let's check it out. Hold on. Man, I love shooting in the snow. Just makes everything look so much cooler. But yeah, focusing is almost impossible. Lost the focus there. But somehow I kept focus throughout the trees, which is like pretty nice. We lost it. Slow motion for birds is probably one of the cooler subjects. Because most, I mean, obviously these are, you know, this one's much larger, but with those tiny birds especially, man, there's so much motion going on in a split second. So to capture in slow motion is super cool. I've gotten some really cool shots where, like, the bird's shaking off all the water, or, you know, it's like, it was raining, so it's drying itself off. And in slow motion, when you see the head basically doing like a 360 turn each time, and it, yeah, super cool. All right, well, listen, it looks good. So I just got lost with the music, seeing the snow. It's a super long shot, though. We don't need all of that. Okay, which of my chimp shots should I edit? This is a good contender, because obviously you got some interesting lighting. Or it's like you got a mixed lighting situation. But then, of course, we have our iconic chimp walk shot. And we also have the other iconic chimp tunnel shot. Although this one might be tougher in terms of color grading, or for Dehancer, just because it's mostly dark. Just like one tone of color, I guess. So I don't know how much creativity we'll get out of it. King says, I won't make it to Korea or Japan this year, but when I'm there in a few months, I'm going to camera stores in Japan. I'll go on Yobel's shopping spree for lenses. Is it much cheaper there or something? But yeah, most likely I'll have to I think I'm going to plan for maybe end of next year to go to Japan, or alternatively I might still end up going to Japan in February, or like I said, I want to do a film project with the local wildlife guide. I think it'd just be fun to document what he does every day, the dedication that he spends to film or to photograph and track those Izo momongas, right? And the excitement, the thrill when you're actually able to capture the squirrel, the dwarf squirrel in flight, right? If I can capture that as a nice climax to the story, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, so as far as Dehancer goes, I don't know. This would be, maybe it's a bit boring in terms of the edits on this one. Or it would be a bit straightforward because there's not a lot of color there, right? Okay, let's just try this one first. It's the first one on the list. Style Anime BR says, hi, my friend. King's saying, are you what is pak? Oh, is this like some Korean words? Or no, pakche? Are you pakche or sila? Sia. Is this like Norwegian words? Style says, I saw you posted on YT Jobs. Are you looking for service for your channel? I mean, yes, but also I've had so many applicants. So I'm gonna be real with you, Style Anime BR. You might be the most talented video editor out there. but I've been so overwhelmed with the number of applications, which is a good thing, I guess, for me in some ways, that I already kind of have a number that I've like interviewed. And so also I was a bit premature with that posting because I don't even have the footage ready to hand over to an editor to test. That's what I'm working on right now, right? So I'm just kind of editing this. I have one more day to like finish the scripting, and I need to record it probably tomorrow. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Style says, please give me your contact information so we can talk. Well, listen, if you reached out via the YT jobs, that's probably the best route. And I will be checking out in a bit. So alternative, you can join my Discord, but like I said, the Discord is more for a communal thing, not necessarily for job postings, if you will. Mark says, I am in those streets. Nice. Mindful says, I lived in Busan. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I should know. Busan. I don't know. Is it the train to Busan? Busan? I just watched that recently. It's pretty good. I lived in Busan. I feel so non-Korean when I pronounce it that way. How do you pronounce it? Busan. Okay, there we go. I lived in Busan, South Korea for a year in 2000. I really want to travel again. Yeah, Korea. Oh my God. Before I went back to Korea. At this point, was it 3-4 years ago for a friend's wedding? Before that, the last time I was there was like maybe like 15 years ago or something, a long time ago. Prior to going back to Korea, Japanese food was like top, number one. And then after 2 weeks in Korea, holy man, Korean food is number one. I don't know why I'm saying it that way, but I still think Japan's more fun to travel to, though. There's just like more exciting cultural stuff, I guess, or like more exciting pop culture stuff, right? Like samurais are so badass, right? And there's so many cool features of Japanese history and culture that's like romanticized in movies. Yeah, pop media stuff. Obviously you have your anime stuff, and then the nature is so fantastic, right? Like all the temples and mountains and lore. And again, the island, Hokkaido, beautiful place. I didn't expect the level of wildlife that's there. Okay, I think this is good enough for us to work with Dehancer now. Style said, can I contact you via Instagram? Yeah, of course you can. Feel free to punch in some messages there as well. But like I said, I no promises. I've been a bit overwhelmed. Like literally, I got so many people DMing me on all the channels. Like people found me on WhatsApp or emails, like everything. And so it's been a bit too much, honestly. But yeah, if you'd like to make a pitch or something, I'm trying to find the best talent for sure at the right price. Koreans say, yeah, I know the B has a weird BP sound. I know this. I'm Korean, but I'm not the most fluent. I'm what we call Konglish, right? More English than Korean. The train there is so awesome. In Japan, yeah. Korea, I guess maybe I haven't explored it enough to say. I was mostly in the city areas. But man, the food culture in Korea was amazing. This one's interesting. Fuji Color 100. I like this one. Of course, Kodak Aero Color 4125. Never lets me down. Fuji Color 100 and Kodak Aero Color 4125. Never lets me down. Mark, man, warm it up. Yoba, I think Silla, you don't seem Koguryo for sure. Oh, okay, let me Google this. Let me ask ChatGPT. What do you think ChatGPT will understand if I say it out loud? Amber, how are you?
I'm doing really well. Thanks for
Okay.
asking. It's been
Anyways, Someone in the chat asked me if I am Pakche or Silla, or if I am more like a Koguryo. Can you kind of decipher that for me, please?
Absolutely. So those are references to the ancient Korean kingdoms. You've got Baekje, Shilla, and Goguryeo, which were three of the major kingdoms on the Korean peninsula way back in history. So if someone is asking you which one you are, they're kind of jokingly or playfully asking which ancient Korean heritage or style you identify with. It's just a fun cultural reference, especially if you're Korean American. So feel free to pick whichever kingdom you think is coolest, or just laugh it off and say you're a modern mix of all three.
King Crook. I'm just a modern mix of all three. I don't know anything about Korean history. So I'm impressed you even typed all that. Style says, I sent you a message there. I wait your turn. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thanks for saying hi in the chat, in the stream. It does help. Every viewership of the stream, every like, every chat comment, it's like a sacrifice to the YouTube algorithm gods. A sacrifice to the altar of, hopefully, many blessings upon my channel. Alright, so like I said, I usually like this very, very rich tonal range to the max. And then we'll just drop down the impact and white point until we get a good mix. Without too much contrast, I guess. Because my understanding is like with the film looks, there's usually not that. It's not like super contrasty, or like there is some level of compression or like some range that the luminance lives within. So if we're truly trying to mimic the film look, I guess I should keep that in mind. Although I kind of break from that rule quite a bit. I just like the contrast, you know. King says, in some parts of the world, I'm a poet. Okay. Can you spit rhymes like this guy on the mic? Saying yes, yes, all? Oh, nope. Didn't mean to do that. Pop goes the weasel. It's actually good. So cheesy. Ooh, I like the greens on this one, but obviously it's very, very dark, so I wonder what we can do. Okay, I kind of like this one. So we're using that Kodak Endura glossy paper look. Do we want to do anything with the color head? Let's see. Oops, let me turn it on first. Do 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 do. Maybe we'll cool down the shadows. And the midtones, maybe we'll increase it. So. We'll leave that alone. Okay, let's see how this turned out. Also, let's extend the shot a bit. King's asking. Oh, hold on. King says I can spit all the rhymes on the fly without using Amber. Amber? Hardly know her. There's my rhyme. Jobel, how often do you use the Fusion tab? Rarely. Rarely. The only times I use Fusion, I've only used it briefly in the past when I was using one of those like text where you wanted a magic mask. But now I've noticed you can do magic mask in the colored panel, so I just use it there. I say magic mask. I mean, yeah, magic mask. Yeah. The other time is like if I purchased or downloaded some template and I want to edit the template, and it's like a template that exists in Fusion. Otherwise, I do my best to try to never really touch it. One of these days, maybe I'll learn, but okay, I think this is good enough duration of the shot. Let's, I think it's already slowed down. Let's just restabilize it. Alright, here we go. Let's check it out. Before and after. Now, one problem I see here, though, is the chimps, the density on the chimp coloring is too dense. So let's see what we can do. There we go. Problem solved. All right, let's watch it again. Mindful says, I'm jetting out of here. You take care. Thanks for streaming the edit. I should start doing that. Yeah, absolutely. Join the club. If you're already working, may as well stream. That's exactly the logic that I followed, and it's been a fun journey for me so far, so not burnt out just yet. But thanks for being here, and I'll see you whenever you're back. Let us know about the ZR. King's asking... Oop. Oh, yeah. Film is done. Hold on. There we go. Let's add that vignette. Looks so much nicer on this one. What apps do you use for your thumbnails? I use Canva. Canva has been my trusty go-to for everything. Do I have an affiliate link for Canva? I don't know. Gear? Let me check. Do I have Canva listed here? No, I don't. Let's check it out real quick. I'll show you. So, yeah, for King, basically I use Canva, and they have so many templates that you can pull from. So my first few thumbnails that I created, I used this guy, and I was doing that. I like this, that creative look where you've got the subject sandwiched between the text. But then I used it too much, so I kind of got tired of it, and I think I overused it, so I stopped. But I did it for like a series, right? So I kept it for the entire series. So yeah, basically just using Uganda, and then I would just choose whatever photo. And then I would play around a little bit with some of the things around it. And then I started simplifying the thumbnails, so I kind of like this style more. I think the white font probably looks better in some ways, or more clean. So that was for like a series that I do about like the playlist, which we're working on still as well. And then sometimes I would find some thumbnails that I'd copy and paste it over here and try to see if there's parts of it that I want to use. So it's pretty good. It's like PowerPoint, you know, right? But much more powerful in my opinion. So yeah, I've used it for these thumbnails, for India, and they have a really intuitive function where you can remove the background very easily, so you can create that 3D effect when you need to. Oh yeah, we made our Mongolia thumbnail using this. So this became our final version. I was so proud of this thumbnail. Unfortunately, this video underperformed quite a bit, so you know, it is what it is. But man, this thumbnail, I was so proud of it. And then this is the one I did for the ZR recently. One of these, yeah, probably this one here. And then that was for my other one. That was for the other one. We tried a few different versions, but failed at them. So yeah, Canva. Sorry, that was I went on a bit of a tangent there, but Canva is my answer. All right, shot looks great. Very, very happy with this. So I think we're done. Or we've got plenty of shots now, right? Technically, is that really true? Wow, we've got 41 minutes worth of videos to pull from, which is too much. So, but hey, look, it was fun. It was a good exercise. I feel much more enlightened and experienced with Dehancer now. So, when I'm, the goal will be. Let's go back into this mode. The goal is tomorrow I'll be finalizing the script. I hope to do all of the recordings tomorrow as well. And then hopefully that means I can start the editing process right after, with an editor, of course. And then I can move on to some of the other projects that we have to get done with. So the work doesn't end, right? It's just going to be after that one. I have to pick up the next project and the next one. But I'm excited. So, okay, it is now 11 p.m. I was planning to end like an hour ago, but you know, we made progress. We were being productive, so that's good. Thank you guys for being here. Very, very fun stream. So many new faces in the chat, so I'm always happy when that's the case. So hopefully that means we're going to continue growing as a streamer. We're on day 89, so tomorrow would be my 90th day as a live streamer. So nothing special will happen from that, but it's just cool to say 90, I guess. And once we hit 100, nothing special will happen then either. But I will let my hair down. So who cares, right? But that's the only thing I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do that. So I'll let you guys see how long the hair has gotten by then. That's about it, right? Thank you guys. Yeah, I had a very fun stream. I need to go eat food right away. I'm starving. It's been a while. I'll be back probably same time tomorrow, something like that. And we'll continue the same thing. Oh, my cat is also popping in to say goodbye. All right, with that, Nala has said goodbye, so it must be.